Hello everybody, long time. Just made some coffee before we get started. So yeah, I've made a test league here, Keepers of Flame SSF test, and I'm gonna just roll a character and we're gonna go through the leveling process today. And then do some mapping and atlas progression over the weekend and see how everything feels. Make sure the POV is still good. I like doing these SSF tests because it gives me the most restrictions possible. So it's just purely the build without any economy, any assistance from other players. It will allow me to get a good idea of, you know, how it will feel to somebody who doesn't have access to all those things. Obviously this would be a lot quicker, it'll be a lot better during actual league launch on trade, but especially with the async trade if that's coming. How's it going, Adrian? Okay, so let's go ahead and get our character going. Oh, I am going to do one other thing real quick. It's been a minute since I've done this, so give me a sec. Yeah, async is going to be really nice if they actually do it. I want to see if I got my timer still. It's been like a few months since I've done this, so bear with me. There we go. I'm trying to remember the shortcuts here. What do you think about Bleed Glad? Bleed Glad is pretty good, Lucas. It's a pretty good league starter. Alright. So, I remember shortcuts. So this starts it, this resets. Then how do I start it back up? 8. Okay, so 8 will... Let's double check options here. Pause. It's 5. Just 5, I guess. 1 starts, 5 pauses. Okay. This just gives me a good way of seeing, like, how long it takes me. I'm not the fastest leveler, but, you know, what is async? So in Path of Exile 2, they introduced a form of trading where you can post items for sale and not trade with another player. They can come to your hideout and just buy the items for whatever you have it listed for. And they can do that while you're offline too. And then whenever, yeah, what Camille said. So there's a lot of heavy speculation that that's going to be in the new expansion in 2 weeks. Yeah, okay, we're going to go ahead and start. Here we go. It's been a minute since I've played, so I did a little bit of Pox League, but I didn't really do much after I got my Void Stones, so... I believe we will have better items overall in the market as a power player because people put more things into the market. Yeah, I think so, Lucas, because they won't have to, while they're offline, the items will be available. So there's just going to be more stuff for sale. What's up, Cable? How's it going? We'll work with PoE's old code. I don't know how they design stuff over at GGG. I would imagine when they do those features, they're probably making sure they're backwards compatible. Like when they made the currency exchange, I think their design philosophy was putting it into PoE 1 too, so they probably design it from the ground up with that consideration, I would imagine. Especially since when it dropped in PoE 2, they said if it goes well, they want to put it in PoE 1. So. Let's control. I forgot all my shortcuts for everything in a minute. Alright. I think we actually want to check this vendor first for links, and then depending on if they have something I can use. Gosh, I'm so out of it. It's been so long since I played this game. I think we want 2 green and a red, or 2 green at the least, starting out. Or red-green. I'm just gonna take this for now. Then... I'm all screwed up. Yeah, we're supposed to grab our spectral throw. Oh, and then we definitely want to do that. And also, let me make sure, because yeah, I was playing Pox League, so I have this set to, I'm gonna die here, aren't I? So basically when you start leveling this character, what you're looking for from vendors is like a green and red, because we're going to play Spectral Throw to level. At least that's my suggestion. And then by the end of the act, we start using Sunder. So you want like a green-red link, but you also want like 3 red links, like a 3-link all red, because when we go Sunder at the end of Act 1 with a 2-hander, we're going to want those 3 red links. And it'll be worth it later on, because when we go General's Cry in Act 3 with Cyclone, we're going to be using at least 3 or 4 red links there for that gem setup. I got baited. I tried craft your endgame staff and waste my essences for 700 and can't get it. Yeah, it's it can get very expensive. I think in 3.25 I spent like 100 divines crafting my weapon when I was just doing pure essence crafting. I believe in 3.26 there was a better way to do it with a Shaper's Orb, and depending on the item level of the staff, like the Shaper suffixes are pretty good. It's usually worth it grabbing the Mercenary here, but I'm gonna actually skip Mercenaries on this run because I don't want to use them. I might fight them for stuff, but I'm not going to use them as support because we're not going to have them in the actual league. So it's actually worth killing her for the currency she has right now. If she she doesn't kill me first, I'm going to get destroyed. Yeah, there's no way. Alright. Yeah, so the rule for this is we're going to fight Mercenaries for stuff, but we're not going to use them. Which kind of sucks losing Mercenaries. I liked running Determination for free on this build, but that is not going to be a thing, so we have to adapt to that. That Iron Ring is really nice. I hate Roas so much. We have so many magic Roas in this pack too, it's like really bad. How does bossing map bosses feel with not an in-game weapon? So if you're doing like regular bosses, like, you know, Guardians, Conquerors, Shaper, Maven, stuff like that, it feels fine with like a 700 to 800 Fizz DPS weapon. Like you feel perfectly fine when and you'll see that during this SSF run. But if you're trying to do like Ubers and T17 bosses, you want like a really high-end crafted weapon on this build. Yeah, part of the progression is like to get to the doing juice T17s and doing like, you know, Uber Eater or Uber Exarch or whatever, is you're gonna want like a 950 to 1000 PDPS staff with really good mods on it at the, you know, to do that kind of level content. But if we're just talking like T16s, T16.5s, regular bosses and stuff like that, like a mid-game staff like I have in my POB. This is honestly the worst part of the campaign, is this zone. Maybe my 3 seashells? Yeah, I never know. I never really keep track of that. Can you make more craft videos like Love Body Armor? Yeah, so during this current league coming up, I will evaluate, like, based on what they add to the game. I'll look at what's the best way to do stuff, and then yeah, my plan is to make new crafting videos for things. So that will be coming. Probably going to run with this on 3.G7 again. Did my own run to Catawba a few days ago. Nice. Yeah, the addition of General's Cry setup with, you know, at the very least Sunder or Ground Slam of Earth Shaking once you get the alternate, really rounds this build out so nicely during leveling. Like pre-General's Cry, I'd say like I used to recommend swapping the Cyclone later on, like Act 6 or 7. Maybe even Act 8, depending on like where your overall gear was at. But now that we get like General's Cry in Act 3, you basically get the 2 link setups going in Act 3, and then you just like comfortably cruise all the way through the rest of the campaign. When do you swap into crit? So I used to tell people to wait later on, but in my opinion, you swap to crit right away, like as soon as possible. Like I think when I did Pox League a few weeks ago, I did it before Act 10. But I did have trades, so I was able to grab a few things. So essentially you want to go crit once you have enough points on the tree to grab like some of the crit wheels, and also you have like a somewhat decent weapon. So depending on what mode of the game you're playing, but I would say like you want to go crit as soon as possible and run precision and what you need to get your hit as capped as possible. But the reason I recommend Resolute Technique is it's really good for, you know, the early leveling process. Like getting hit capped early on is just really, really nice. Oh, you know what? I had Chance to Bleed this whole time. I think I vendored it. We're going to pick that back up. Because I should be... I've been running this harder than I need to. Should be using Chance to Bleed on our setup. I usually take Decoy Totem. It's kind of nice early on to have Decoy Totem. And you can do Shield Charge with a weapon swap, but I prefer to actually run 2 weapons. And then once I get past Brutus, I make the swap to a 2-hand setup. Always struggle with builds that swap into crit or something else. Yeah, I have recommendations in the POB, but you can do it much later on, but I find that doing it as soon as possible. And when you make the swap to crit, you just want to make sure your hit cap is as high as possible, so you run precision, and you're going to want to look for accuracy, you know, stats on your gear, and that should help you out with that. We want to go this way. I always like Sunder of Trathis on General's Cry. I think I tried it out, and to me it felt like I had a smaller range. I can't remember though, because it's been 3 months. I just remember really liking the AoE spread of Ground Slam. And I tried the alternate Sunder, and it felt like, if I remember correctly, it felt like the AoE on it was less than regular Sunder. And mostly what I'm looking for at a General's Cry, for me personally, is that extra kind of clear. Because I'm killing anything really up close with Cyclone, right? For when we're talking about just like killing map packs and stuff. So usually it's like stuff that's kind of out of the range of my Cyclone that those giant cleaving ground slams hit. That's really nice.
The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Thanks for the follow, Camo. Appreciate it. Yeah, so I'm trying to think. We don't want to take Mercenaries as support. I think it's fine to fight them, though, for gear, because it kind of, like, is a substitute, potentially, for the power creep we'll get from the next league mechanic, so I'm okay with that, I think. It's gonna be weird playing without a Mercenary. I've gotten very used to playing with Mercenaries. In my opinion, I think taking them out of the game is wrong. I don't know what to do with Mercenaries, because if they nuke them too much, they're not going to be useful, and they're just going to be more hassle than it's worth to set up. But removing them from the game just completely makes PoE feel less. There's so much build variety that came with Mercenaries outside of the meme shit that people were doing with Dorianis, that now that they're removing that from the game, they're effectively killing the ability to have like a semi-aura bot as a single player, which was huge in this game. I think that was probably the one bad thing I've heard so far about 3.27 is they're removing it. And I know they said they want to bring it back in, but I think taking it out is a mistake, even for a league or two. Something I noticed in the POV, level 58 bounces back to the early Fizz attack nodes. I think you used to take them over strength early game. I think you're right. Oh, well that was oh, I resurrected a town. I meant to go back to checkpoint. That's Sag. I think you're right. I think I'm supposed to take these points right here, but I'm just skipping them. I do recommend going for the actual attack nodes early on, though. So yeah, I might have to look at the POB. I'll fix the POB if that's the case to recommend the attack nodes until I recommend the swap over to strength. So thanks for that, AB. Suspecting something with Breach. I mean, yeah, it's purple, Keepers of the Flame. That's why I really hope they're supposed to, you know, Mark said they're doing a huge balance rework with 3.27, like major to all characters, and I don't think melee is going to get hit hard in the sense that I don't see them nuking, I don't see them nerfing something like Cyclone. I think what they're going to do, this is my bet, is I think they're not happy with the fact that everyone plays ES and trade, because it's the only way to really have a powerful character in comparison to everything else. So I think they're going to rebalance the game around life builds, and they're going to rebalance it away from ES for a while. I think that's, which could benefit us highly because we're a life build. So if they change something with the trees, change something to where life builds become the new meta, or give better ways to stack HP, that could be really nice. But I think like them going after melee skills after they just buffed them, I don't think that's happening. No, you have to do every individual lab cable. You can't skip. Well, I'm pretty sure you have to do every lab, otherwise people would skip the first lab. Yeah, you can re-roll points at labs if you have like the currency to do it. that you expect into your Ascendancy, but I don't believe that you can actually skip all the labs and just run one later on and get the points that you missed. Otherwise, nobody would do the first like lab; they would just skip it. Because most builds don't need your first Ascendancy. Like, it's powerful, but you could wait till later on in the campaign. Yeah, so I think I rushed those bleed nodes. Typically, I actually recommend taking the attack early on. Oh yeah, you always want to do your Ascendancy before Katava, for sure. I think we'll use... For right now, I might just do... Ruthless, actually. We got Dash, we'll move this over here. We'll put our Spectral Throw, chance to bleed on chest. Koi on gloves. Swap over to 2 of these, and... That's this reward. Sure. Purchase item. Belts. Yeah, the iron rings and belts are really strong early on a Fizz character. So those are things that you kind of want to look for.
Stay sharp.
Okay. So here we're going to be looking to do our lab because we don't want to have to come back to do that. Oh, bro. I hope it's not up there. It's going to be unfortunate. You kind of want to get out of the prison as soon as possible. I used to like clear everything in this zone. This place is like a death trap, and it just like has lots of shit like that where mobs block you in doorways and stuff. So usually getting out of here as soon as possible is the play. Oh nice, lab is up this way. I tried to make it. Oh well. Okay, let's get out of this death trap of his own.
The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Thanks for the follow, Feb. Much appreciated. Oh, the loot filter? Yeah. I've used it for a few leagues now. It's pretty good. I have a video on my channel if you're interested that kind of has a link to the files and kind of demos all the different sounds. Summons and casts Ice Nova. Well, we're gonna die here, 100%. There's no way I live through that. Friend's got one with D2 sounds. Yeah. I thought about swapping it up. I need to find like a good custom sound pack that I do for different, change things up a little bit. Because I thought about doing it. It's been like over a year, maybe a year and a half I've been using the same sounds. So I've kind of gotten used to, when I hear that, that's this. Most of my sounds are actually like, you know, what the item is when it drops, which is nice. Getting walloped. Or it's taken forever to find this dude.
I recognize that pretty face. Grand Arena.
I think our damage is going to feel a little bit less since I went the strength nodes over attack, but we'll see. We'll see how this goes. There he is. I was like, where's Brutus? Ooh.
Let me embrace you.
Gotta... they're bouncing off the freaking wall there, or the podium. Unfortunate.
The Empire lives on, and so do its most loyal of servants.
Trying to... Oh my gosh.
Let me embrace you.
Probably should have saved that dash. There we go. I've got no mana. I don't have a portal scroll either. This is gonna be rough. Alright, there we go. Yeah, the attack nodes do make that a little bit easier, so. Follow the blood trail on the ground to find them easier. That's a good tip. I didn't even know that. Look forward to seeing that awesome ability you have for this next league. I'll be following and playing similar. Glad to hear, Slayer. Thank you, thank you. Alright, we'll take Leap Slam. Still looking for 3 red links if possible. I don't want them on a one-hander because we are going to be swapping over to two-hand. And I really want a two-hand axe, so none of that's really appealing to me. Respecing early is almost free to go, so it's okay to go damage early, I think. Yeah, I think I might respec early. Only because I prefer the damage of these nodes here, like my POV has it. I think that's just going to feel better. What we need now is like a really good chest, and I need to get my weapons, my gem set up off of my chest and onto a different item slot. Because right now what's really hurting me is when I have a lot of mobs hitting me. I have very low fizz reduction right now because I just don't have a lot of armor on a chest. So that'd be a pretty good move at this point. We also need to probably pick up a Frostblink. I don't know if I can get that though, and I think I have to wait till Act 3. QB doesn't have it at the minute. Well, let's pause the timer and take a look real quick. Okay, yeah, it does have me going strength early. I was doing it I guess I was doing it the way my muscle memory told me. And then someone said here I go here, when this should be strength based, I believe. Let's fix that real quick. It's gonna free up a couple points. And I guess I go back to the original pathing up here. Yeah, I mean, so these first nodes are really nice, like especially Act 1. It's just a lot of damage. Creep early on. The reason I do this though, I believe, is I'm rushing bleed for when I get to Mereville. Because by the time you get to Mereville, you really want Wicked Blade. And then by the time you get to Act 2 boss, you're looking to have martial experience, because you're going for this mastery. Attack with 2 hand weapons deals 60% increased damage with hits and ailments. This is huge when you're playing bleed. So this, stacking these bleed points here, we're going to kill the Act 2 boss very, very quickly. But it's hard to get, I mean, you can probably still get this pathing this way. But this is your goal for Act 2, is essentially have Wicked Blade into martial experience with 2-hand mastery for that juicy mastery there. But I'm going to do it like this right now, and we'll see how it feels. Oh, there's a lot of stuff here. I'm dead. Yeah. Oh, thanks. Forgot. I always, my goal has always been to hit 6 hours or less on campaign, but I'm just not that fast of a leveler. I think I do it in like 7 on average. These guys are just ridiculous. Alright. I want that. I'm like gonna get myself killed over a scroll of wisdom. It's totally not worth it. Honestly, I might not even engage with Mercenaries that much at all. I'm definitely not going to use them, but we'll see. Oh, my timer got super small. Let me fix that real quick. I don't know what happened there. That's funny. Alright. Put back on. We want to go up. Dude, they're like blocking the pathway is crazy. I don't know why this keeps moving. I must be grabbing it somehow when I move my cursor over there. Alright, at this point I kind of want to swap over to a two-hander. So when we go to town and when we're like looking at loot drop, we're looking for a two-hand axe at this point is the goal. Because we're going to be getting ready to make the swap to Sunder here soon, which is going to be really nice. Like I said, you don't have to play Spectral Throw for Act 1. You can play other skills if you prefer something else. But you definitely want to segue into Sunder for the campaign until you get to Cyclone in Act 3. Bro, mobs with haste are ridiculous. I shouldn't even waste my time with this guy, but whatever. Might have been worth it. Some life. Okay. So now we're looking for Fairgrave's quest zone. Guy might be kind of scary, but sometimes this guy drops something nice. If I don't die here, I'm completely... Right, give me a second. Really need a bunch more life flasks too, like large life flasks. Part of the issue with fighting mercenaries without a mercenary, especially early on, is how dangerous they can be, and I don't have a mercenary to help me out, so it can be pretty scuffed. But I'm not going to take a mercenary because I don't want to... The whole point of this is to test out how it feels. We won't have mercenaries, so... what content this build should farm. So what I typically like to do is, in the past I've done Ritual when I've gotten into maps. I've also done like Breach is really good on this build. And I've also done Blight. So you can kind of do like, any of those is good. If you're asking overall content, you can do anything in the game on this build with enough investment. And I've demonstrated that in like multiple playthroughs over the last year. Tons of videos on my channel. Whether that's Ubers, T17s, mapping and farming T16s. Only thing I haven't really tested is like Delve running on this character. Typically you have like stat stackers that do that for Delve to go like super deep. And that's not what this build is. So. Oh, logged into my logged into my actual character. Anytime you create a new league in PoE and you the first time you like log out of it, it won't have it selected on your menu. Alright, so what we're looking for is like a good two-hand weapon. This will be fine for now. And then ideally we're looking for our 3 red link. Sometimes you don't get lucky. So we got 2 red link. We'll have to live with that. And I'm gonna actually look for a pair of gloves. Or a helm. There's no armor based or a pair of boots, that's it. Just grab an armor Eve for now. Put this here, I'm gonna actually drop dash, move leap slam over to this. And I think now we should be able to get Sunder, although I might not have what I need to buy it. Hope I do. This is a little unfortunate. We're going to use Sunder with chance to bleed for right now, and maybe swap it to Ruthless when we boss, but this is pretty much what we'll be playing until we go Cyclone. It's just Sunder and leap slamming around. So hopefully I get some better flasks before we get to Mercenaries. How's it going? Not too bad. What's up, gaming? Long time. I just started the character a little over a half hour ago, and I'm just testing out leveling right now. I'm not using Mercenaries because we won't have them in 3.27, so it's a little bit slower than my 3.26 runs, only because I don't have Mercenaries. A little less assistance with clear. Bro, I always get lost in this place. I'll never learn the map layouts in this game. Yeah, right now the unfortunate thing is I'd really like to have better life flasks and going into Mercenaries, so this could get a little rough. Our flask situation is crazy bad right now. Still doing Cyclone plus Warcry minions. I really can't remember that Warcry name. General's Cry, yeah. That is the plan. As long as the build survives the patch notes next week, that is what I will be playing. I'm pretty excited for it. Like, this has been always a solid experience as a League starter for me. I think the only way I wouldn't play this on League Start is if they nerf it in the patch notes, or there's just something crazy in the patch notes that they add to the game, since they're doing such a big balance rework, that I'm like, I gotta try that, you know? But Cyclone has been a very reliable League starter for the last like year and a half for me. Very easy to level, very good at mapping early on. And then with enough investment, you can go into the higher content, which is always nice. I think I will Lightning Strike it this time. Yeah. Lightning Strike is pretty reliable too. The only thing I'm worried about if you're going that route is I have a huge suspicion they're nerfing ES in the balance rework. Mark was pretty adamant that they're doing like a huge, mega, giga huge balance rework on the game. And I would suspect like the thing, if you're going to change the meta of the game, it's ES, right? ES has been way too dominant for so long, like Trickster every single league. I suspect they're going to nerf ES and buff life builds, and I don't know what that means for things like Lightning Strike and Ephemeral Edge and all that kind of stuff. But I think that shit's going to get nerfed. I think they want to rebalance the core of the game around something besides Energy Shield, because every league for the last 2 years it's been 30% Trickster at the top of the meta. And then the clear winner from 3.26 was that new Forbidden Right skill or whatever, and that was also an ES stacker. So it's like the meta is like in a really bad state right now in terms of like it's kind of like playing PoE2 but worse. Well, no, not as bad as PoE2. In PoE2 you literally shouldn't be playing a light build at endgame. You can do it in this game. So ES is like way more powerful right now in just like going the wrong way in PoE2, but in PoE1 ES is still like ridiculously, it's far and above like the superior choice for anything that's endgame. You can do a lot of stuff in endgame that isn't Energy Shield, but like it's not ever going to be as good. What's up, Nikos? Definitely need more red HP, less blue HP. Slayer gets buffed passively via HP buffs, right? I would hope so. We'll find out. Like, that's my suspicion, is that my suspicion would be that we see buffs to life builds and ES gets taken down a notch. But I don't know, man. Like, ES has been the go-to for like years now. If they're going to do a major balance rework to the game, you'd think they'd be touching that. And I don't think they're going to really nerf melee because they just buffed it like in the last 2 leagues, so why would they nerf melee? I think they might go after things like ES. I would suspect they're going to do a buff to spells. So like spells have been in a pretty bad place for a while, especially like self-cast has been terrible for so long. I can't remember the last time they did a major update to self-cast spells. I think it was like 3.16 or 15 or something. I would really like to see them rebalance like spells in this game to make them viable, like especially self-cast, like self-cast spells. Like, I really miss playing Ascendancy in PoE, but it's just not something you really want to do nowadays. It hasn't been for a long, long time. We got a little bit of screen freeze, frames freezing there. It's never good. Can I survive? Yes, I can. Maybe. I'm guessing getting ready. That's right, Nikos. I am getting ready. I'm gonna test out the build for a couple days, just make sure the POB still makes sense, everything still feels good. I like doing this right before League, like in an SSF environment. And then my plan is, as long as the build doesn't get nerfed, next week I will post a 3.27 update video, and I will showcase this character, which was all SSF. I will also showcase my 3.26 character with all of its juicy gear and whatnot, and what it can do, just to give people an idea of the different power levels of the build. If they nerf the build next week, then I'm going to have to find something else to play. We won't know till next week, Nikos, until the patch notes, so we will all find out then. No patch notes yet, sadly, but Breach-based League should be good for this build. That's my hope. My hope is Cyclone is such a... It's such an off-meta skill in the sense that nobody in the masses plays this for endgame. You know, like, a lot of people play Cyclone, but, like, if we're talking, like, if you're looking at the pure player-based numbers, there are so less people playing Cyclone in, like, T16.5s and T17s and, like, the endgame stuff. Like, I suspect that even if they went after some melee skills, Cyclone is not going to get hit. Something that might hurt us with this build is if they were to, like, nerf General's Cry. That would hit the power level of this build in a way that would be unfortunate, because General's Cry really uplifted this build. So that's the thing I'm most concerned about, is if they touch, like, any of the Cry skills. But once again, like, slam builds and Cry skills haven't been super popular for like a year. It's been all Trickster ES, Lightning Strike, Ephemeral Edge bullshit. So I'm not really worried about anything core to this build getting nerfed. And I think if my suspicion's right and they buff life and they nerf ES, then that's just going to make the build stronger. So I think it's going to be Breach based. Oh, the newer weapon bases? Yeah, I don't think we will. Because once again, like, everyone has been using, like, uniques, like Ephemeral Edge or other stuff for scaling their ES. They haven't been, you know, there hasn't been like a 30% of the player base playing, like, you know, axes and staffs, I think. Although Volcanic's Snaking Fissure did hurt us a bit. Yeah, I think Fissure will get hit. But I think they would hit the gem over hitting, like, the bases. Because the bases are a core thing to the game that can be used on multiple things. I could see them going after the gem and not like, base stats. I'm not really worried about that either. That's what I was saying, like, self-cast spells, I think I'd really like to see a buff to self-cast spells. It's been like 3 or 4 years since they've touched self-cast spells. And I used to have a lot of fun playing Incinerate. Like, if they buffed all the self-cast spells and made them... they did something so that you didn't feel penalized for standing around and casting something for a few seconds, I would 100% make an Incinerate build this league at some point in 3.27. I would be all over that. Like to see a frost buff though. Yeah, like, usually Cold Dot's pretty good for leveling and early mapping. I know, like, Wintertide Brand has been pretty good for a while in terms of just, like, getting through the campaign and doing maps and whatnot. But it does, like, Cold Dot does really fall off later on. And what was it? Catabasis was pretty good, but then they nerfed Catabasis, so... My concern with Volcanic Fissure, I don't think they will hit the gem, is that it's been a meta leveling skill for a while, and I don't think they want to change that. Maybe, but it became too powerful, I think, in 3.26 with streamers pumping it up. Like, it became super, like... Yeah. I don't know. Once again, I'm not... Even as popular as Fissure is, if I had to... say, like, the top 2 things I think they're going after with their major balance rework, it's going to be ES being way too powerful for scaling a character, and I would say something to do with the dominant skills like maybe Fisher at that point, or Lightning Strike, even though they went after Lightning Strike already. I'm really not worried about Cry Skill, Cyclone, or anything like that. No cold resistance is so much fun. Alright. He is not worth the juice. Meta Twink leveling skill? Yeah. I do think Fisher is a little too OP, so I wouldn't be surprised if they went after Fisher. I know it's like not as good as other shit late into the game, but it's I think Fisher deserves to be nerfed. Yeah, but they killed Catabasis, which was sad. Like, if I was going to play something that was cold dot themed up until, what was it, 3.26 this league, I would have played Catabasis, and they nerfed the shit out of that. Because, like, Frost Nova and all that other stuff isn't bad, but, like, I feel like it just doesn't scale into the very high end game as well. It can, but you got to put a lot of money into it, like a disproportionate amount of divines into it than other builds. You can play anything in this game all the way through if you put enough currency in it, but I feel like Cold Dot requires a higher investment to be able to do stuff really late on. I think we're going to take resistances like I have planned. This build is kind of rough to get resistances on later on, so having a Lyra is actually really good, not only for the campaign, but it's just good in general for like a long time playing the character. Especially if you're going to be an SSF, like, I would probably recommend 100% a Lyra, like I have in the PvP. Really want this guy to be moving around to take that extra movement damage. There it is. Just want a melee leveling skill to show up next to Sunder. Yeah. I don't have, like, beef with Fisher. I just think that when you look at how strong Fisher is in comparison to Sunder, it's like, it's way stronger. The Lyra team? Yeah. I would be super doped if they did something with cold skills, though. I like dot builds. Dot builds can be a bit misleading in POBs. Like, sometimes their sheet damage is high, but like when you play them, they feel considerably weaker. Yeah. I'm not big on Sunder either. It's just like the best thing to use outside of, I guess, Fisher. But we're not doing the Fisher stuff. The fortunate thing about my build is we only play Sunder for like a camp or like an act, basically. Like, well, we play for like almost 2 acts, and that's it. It gets us through Act 2 and it gets us through a chunk of Act 3, and that's about it. So you suffer with Sunder for only a little bit of time. I get scared of cold builds because of that helm. I mean, you're not wrong. So you guys are going to start to see the power of the bleeds here once we get this wheel rounded out, because once we get that 2-hand mastery, we're going to be doing like disgusting damage, especially if I get a better 2-hand axe. Or if I do have some I do have some orbs of, I'm sorry, alchemy. So I might get lucky if I get a better base from the vendor, and then I roll an alch on it, and we get lucky with a good fizz roll. We're going to be doing some giga damage here soon. At this point, we want to also be looking to save up orbs of alteration, because we're going to want to craft a staff in Act 3 when we make our swap to Cyclone Shockwave. And we want that staff to have a decent fizz roll, so we'll be doing the vendor recipe for it. Oh, this guy's gonna destroy me. He doesn't have anything I want. Thank you. I think in a little bit I'll be... Once I get a better weapon and round out this mastery wheel, I think I can comfortably take Mercenaries at that point. But, that guy didn't have anything I wanted, so... I haven't found lab yet, have I? Is it up there? Yeah, here we go. My flasks are still awful. It's like kind of crazy how bad my flasks are still. Yeah, like leveling certain things is definitely quicker. I feel like Sunder is probably like Sunder and Fisher don't feel too bad to level, and obviously if you're a skilled enough player, like you look at some of these streamers, you can do like, you know, I mean, Ben is a good example of this, right? Ben, best PoE player, like he can level Fisher in like 3 hours and get to maps. So like you can do melee super fast, but I feel like the skill cap is higher on melee to perform as quick. So if you're a good enough player, it doesn't matter. But yeah, if you're like maybe a regular player, you're gonna have a better time using like other leveling strategies than just like a melee, I think. And that's because, as we all know, as gems level for spells, that's where the real power is, right? So when you're melee, you're so dependent on crafting weapons and doing certain things, but as a spellcaster, you know, just level your gems and have a somewhat decent wand for a long time. I mean, you can use a lot of unique wands for most of the campaign, even. All right, so this is where I want to check my POB because it's been a minute, and I want to make sure I'm using the right stuff here. So, okay, I go for War Banner and Steel Skin and Blood and Sand. It's been so long since I've leveled, I forget what I get from what act. I have Flesh and Stone here. We probably want to go back and grab War Banner from Act 1. See if he has a decent axe base. So J Chopper's still the best that he's offering. Does he have 3 red? He does not. Go back to Act 1 real quick. I should do some League Start Sim. Been playing last epoch and losing WASD is gonna hurt. Yeah. Banner, Sand, and Steel are all level 4 if I remember correctly. Yeah. Yeah, we should be using Blood and Sand at least, and Banner is good for nuking. Okay. As well as Flesh and Stone. Did like that they expanded the regex. Oh, it's so good. The higher regex limit is so nice. 100%. I'm just not getting the right bases right now. I mean, this is a... We could YOLO. Do I have any chromes? I have 3. What are the odds? Oh my gosh. Alright, let's roll stats on this. I'll take it. That's a win. Alright, let's swap for right now this over here. I think I do have myself using Ruthless with Melee Fizz. I don't think I have Melee Fizz yet. That's Quest, right? Or no, that's Act 8. Or level 8 gem, so that should be unlocked from Act 1. Or no, it's 18. I think it's 18. I'm out of it, dude. I haven't played for so long. You use it or lose it, right? Is how this usually goes. I think I prefer to use Blood and Sand right now over War Banner just for the overall passive damage. And put our Leap Slam back there. Yeah. Yeah, we just need some better item bases to drop. Yeah, I think what I might do is, especially if the build is good for 3.27, is like a few days before the actual league, I'm just gonna like practice the first like 2 acts and get really efficient again. That'll be like the plan for the week of the league. I'll just do like several characters and just do Act 1 and 2 over and over, so I get like good muscle memory back for everything. Because really, honestly, it's the first like 3 to 4 acts, like you want to really nail down everything. And then by the time like we get to Act 4, Act 5, we're using pretty much the same gem setups and everything for the rest of the campaign. We're just kind of adding onto them slowly, so... You give us patch notes and patch tree update, don't be like 0.3. Nah, with PoE 1, they usually, when they do the big reveal next week, they'll have the patch notes then, and it will be like a week before the league. Now, some of the gym info and skill tree we might not get until a few days before the league, and I wouldn't expect PoB to be updated if they do massive tree changes before the league launch date. Might have to do some stuff on the fly, figure some stuff out. Right, let's go kill Oak. I'm really excited if they do Breach League, to be honest. I think that's gonna be a lot of fun. Ooh, he's got a 3-link chest, which could be pretty nice. Let's see if I can survive this, bro. Melee versus melee. It's not the greatest thing ever, but it's better than my current chest, and it's 3 more reds, so... What's nice about that is I can swap my weapon off of that. I can swap my gem setup off my weapon. Make a better axe later. Yeah, typically, like, within, like Sesh is saying, within, like, 2 or 3 days of the league start, we've got all the pieces we kind of need to comfortably know what we're going to do. PoE is a little bit more stable in that regard, because it's not, like, in giant beta, like PoE 2, where they're doing, like, sweeping changes every single league. Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do for Breach. Like, if it's maybe they're gonna entirely rework Breach, like they did with Abyss for PoE 2. I don't know what they would do to make it better. I mean, there's things they could do to make it better, but like make it like cool, you know, and different. I don't know. Or they should be playing with my YOLO mouse. Lost my cursor there for a second. Alright, slowly getting better gear. Let's go get Alira, and then we'll go do Weaver. I haven't actually ran Breach as like a dedicated farm strategy or anything. I've never like done that. I've done Breach to complete like achievements and things like that, but I've never like done it for making money or done it like a serious content as part of my mapping strategy. If we can get faster attacks with Leap Slam at this point, that would be crazy good. Breach leveling strategies? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, just like trying to get to 100 or something. Typically, I feel like on my builds, I don't start to really hit a wall with leveling until I start doing like scary content, like really juiced T17s and stuff. Then I start dying a lot. But just like going through Atlas progression, it's going to be a little interesting in SSF. So like this build is really reliant on a Rumi's Flask to get that spell and attack block. And that's all RNG in SSF. So until you get Rumi's, you do feel a little weak on this build to spells. Like, spells are a little scary. But generally, like, on trade, I never really feel weak on... And I usually have no problems getting levels until my high 90s when I start pushing scary content. This is my first league, and I can't go beyond 3 to 4 Voidstone. I want to try your build starter. You should be able to do all 4 Voidstones cable with this build. If you're playing trade and you get all the stuff that my PoB has for its different stages, you shouldn't have an issue getting 4 stones. My goal is to do it over the next week on this character in this private league as SSF without trade, so we'll see how it goes. This is the big daddy right here that we take while we're currently going bleed. Does a lot of damage. Like, that damage it does to Weaver there, so nice. This is where I get my melee fizz, yep. And then we can swap this out for chance to bleed. Doing really good. Alright. Now we just finish up the act. A lot of information to learn. I mean, a lot of PoE is just understanding, yeah, like, not just the mechanics of the game, but also, you know, how crafting systems work, how, you know, how to generate certain things you need so that you can progress your Atlas, how to spec your Atlas tree. That just comes from playing the game over and over a lot. I feel like even after now, like having 8,000 hours in PoE, I learn new stuff every time I play the game. My brain melt a lot of the time. Yeah. It's a complex game, you know. It has like a very if you just want to play it and follow someone's build guide, it's not too bad. You know, your first league or two, you're gonna like really be figuring out a lot of stuff. And then you get to a point for a while playing PoE where like you're comfortable playing other people's build guides, but you're not really comfortable or know enough yet to make your own build. So you get to a point where like following other people's stuff is very easy, but when you try to do your own stuff, it like gets scuffed in certain ways, like, oh, I end up not being able to do this or that, you know. And then after enough time, you learn enough about the game, enough about how the systems work and everything, that you can start making your own builds and have success with them. It's usually because like of certain limitations, like understanding how to scale damage and understanding like layering defenses. Those are the two most important things in this game. Because scaling damage in this game isn't it's not intuitive. It kind of is and it kind of isn't. And then layering defenses is a lot less intuitive. You would think, oh, I can just stack a lot of armor and be good. It doesn't really work that way. There's like multiple different essentially layers of defense that you want to stack into your build. And my build actually isn't the most defensive build. It's the most defensive Cyclone I think you'll find, but it's not the most defensive build in this game. You know, so you die to stuff on this build sometimes because it just doesn't have a check for that. But I will put my money down any day of the week and say this will be the tankiest Cyclone you'll ever play. At least as a pure Cyclone build. Pure Fizz Cyclone build. Kind of have a suspicion. Okay, we went the right way. A little worried there for a second. I do like that you lean so hard into block with this. Yeah, block is nice, and it's probably the best way to build defense on this character. Block is a little misleading because like you're fine until you take the hit, you know. So what you discover on my build is that like up until T17s, being like the block stuff is really nice, but then once you get to T17s, when you do take a hit that you don't block, it can like usually one-shot you. And that's where like the real money first like big money sink I recommend to people in this build is a Progenesis, because Progenesis basically saves us from those big hits that we don't block. But you're not going to have to really worry about those big hits until you get to T17s, which at that point you should be able to generate the currency to get a Progenesis, right? So it's one of those things where like block is really nice until it doesn't block, and then you don't really have defense. And that's where like a Progenesis in the high game, like end game, really helps on this build. It's not necessary for T16s and Void Stones and all that other stuff and regular bossing, but you're gonna find if you start getting into T17s and your only defense is block on this build, it's gonna feel bad. For Genesis is like makes it night and day when you're doing the hardest content in this game. So people will often ask, can this build do T17s? And I'll say, yeah, but you're going to have to be sinking like 60 Divine into it for that. But you should also be able to generate 60 Divine by the time you're wanting to do T17s. So it's like a catch-22, you know? Like most mapping strats, you can make anywhere from like 4 to 8 Divine an hour doing T16 mapping. So like you can farm for like a day or two, get it for Genesis, and then segue into T17s. It's super easy. But that also comes down to people doing the research, knowing how to do mapping strats in T16s, how to spec their atlas, how to run maps, etc. It should be nice this league because we're going to have async probably. So there'll be a lot of stuff on the market, a lot easier for people to trade stuff, not have to deal with dealing with people. Or just get it for Genesis. Yeah, there you go. Just go do that. So for Genesis is usually like the first thing I recommend to people if they're going to sink money into the build, outside of making your really good weapon, right? So you want to make your really good weapon, and then you want to get it for Genesis. Those are like the two first important things. After that, like probably just save for Mage Blood. Mage Blood is super good on everything, right? So like once you get your once you get that stuff squared away, Mage Blood is going to be like the next huge spike in defense that you see, because you can really scale your armor high and, you know, all that kind of shit. But at that point, you're basically like, you should either be done with this character and done with the league, or you know, playing something else. Unless you want to like go into mirror tier items, and then like, you know, that's always fun if you want to go down that road. And you can definitely do mirror tier items for this build. Like you can make like a ridiculous 12, 13, 1400 Fizz DPS staff or something that costs like 2 mirrors. There's like crazy stuff you can do, and just like keep scaling the build, you know, up and up and up. I didn't think I was going to get hit by that. That's frustrating. I thought I was right on the edge of his cone. Oh, and I also don't have any, I don't have any resistances. It's funny. Did you do anything updated crafting guide with the new recombinations? Nah. I'm not going to do any crafting guides until I get the patch notes for the new league, because depending on what they introduce, they could introduce like a whole new crafting system. I don't know if they're going to do anything like that per se, but you never know. It could be something like, I forget the name of the league, but where you use graveyard crafting. It could be like an entirely new system that is really overpowered for making items. Bro, you're going to really hit me back to back with the lightnings. When leagues start, can I post my PB in your Discord for help? Yeah. This guy is just annoying now. Yeah, typically, I don't have an issue with people posting their POVs. You'll probably have to link it to me on Twitch in a DM, because I don't allow links in chat. But yeah, I do POV reviews and try to help people out with their characters. Movement speed boots would be huge right now, for sure. I think part of my problem right now is I wish I had higher chance to hit. Yeah, doing Mercenaries without Mercenary is rough. You don't realize it till you're like doing it, but like trying to fight Mercenaries early on with that without that extra Mercenary support that you've been relying on is a little rough. Yeah, I'm just gonna die here, I think. Unless I can get my flask to charge back up. Alright, we might still be in this. Oh, she regens health. That's fun. She moves around so much. It's crazy. Just trying to get one whack off. Yeah, I think because she's evasion, I think my hits are missing, essentially. Oh, I have no flash charges. That's just death if I hang around to her. I think you're slow as fuck, yeah. Well, yeah, I don't have a lot of attack speed either. But right now I have 80% chance to hit evade mobs, so she was a bow character, so there's a chance that she was like totally missing some of my hits there. Like, see, I missed that hit on that guy. I missed that hit right there on him. So, like, my hits are missing right now. I should be running precision probably until I get, Resolute Technique. So I'm probably going to go see if I can pick up... I think Precision's Act 1, too. But I should definitely be running that right now. I just have low attack speed right now in general, you know? I'm not running precision. I need to be running precision. Yeah. These are things that I've forgotten. I haven't leveled a character in a couple months, really, back to back, and stayed proficient with it. Typically, we want like double axe is really strong right now. But I can't use it till 23. I'm 22. We're gonna go ahead and purchase one of these. This has attack speed, but I kind of want to... I don't think I have a whetstone. Can I buy a whetstone? I can't. We could YOLO an alk on this, though. Yeah, it's not the best thing in the world. It's better than this. So we'll swap over to this in one level. Also, the other thing I can do is I can check for better flasks. So we need to get rid of that. Use a better mana flask in general. We could use better health flasks.
Be careful.
I'll just roll with this large for a little bit. Go grab precision. And then let's check for movement speed boots real quick. All the vendors. That's really sad right now that I don't have any movement speed. Take it easy, Sesh. Thanks for stopping by. Never lucky. So in this act, we're mostly going to be looking for staffs. because we're going to be swapping to Cyclone and General's Cry at some point, is the plan. So we're looking for staffs and saving up alterations so we can do the benchcraft for fizz damage. Let's make sure I turn on my precision and also this. My attack speed just feels awful right now. Oh my gosh. It's ridiculous. Sewer. Oh yeah, so we went from having 80% chance to hit on evasion mobs up to almost 20% again, so it's pretty good. I may or may not play around with actually never going Resolute Technique on this run. Maybe I just always play into crit and I just slowly scale it out. Just keep Precision as one of my dedicated auras. Alright, so we gotta do lab here. Yikes. Yeah. Something to consider. I might take those 2 points. Not sure. Until I can get like a decent attack speed roll on my weapon or something. Alright, so let's go ahead and swap over to this. Slightly more damage. Get our Sunder set up here. Can I link this? Because I would like to get a Leap Slam going. That would be nice. Alright. I was hoping for a different color than that, but that'll work. Our Blood Sand back in. We're also going to run our Flesh and Stone. Now I should be able to grab faster attacks from Act 2. I'll throw that on my Leap Slam. We get Pride. We'll probably run Pride actually over Flesh and Stone once we're 24. Is it Act 1? Probably Act 1 then. Oh, I don't have an Orb of Transmute. Frick. Alright, we'll have to live with it for now.
The Empire awaits you with open
Thanks, Slayer, for the Prime.
jaws.
Much appreciated. Thanks, Yuto, for the follow. Alright. We are looking for a decent staff drop or from vendor when we come back to town. We have our 3 link for our General's Cry already, so what we'd want is, I believe, at least a green and a red for Cyclone. Probably 1 red, or 1 red, 2 green, and no, 1 green, 2 red, I think, for Cyclone is what we'll want starting out. What strat or content we should farm when we go to Atlas? Yeah, no worries. So I typically do Ritual. I actually like Ritual. But if it depends. If you're playing SSF, I usually recommend Expedition, Harvest, things like that. If you're doing Trade, I actually enjoy Ritual. But Expedition is actually still pretty good on Trade the first like 2 or 3 days of a league, because if you craft decent rings or boots with resistances, life, movement speed, that kind of stuff, they usually sell well the first couple days, because everyone is mostly concerned about getting the resistances and movement speed and life and the basics covered on gear, you know, going into maps. And Expedition's really good at rolling that. So Expedition's really good. Later on, Harvest is actually pretty good, because a lot of people are going to be buying juice to craft like mid to late game items. So just selling juice in bulk is really good. I might try Breach this time around, like do something where it's like Breach and Harvest and something else, maybe Expedition, like dabble between those 3. Especially if they're doing some reworks to Breach with the League. That's probably what I'm going to try.
But we back in Trophy, so you won't let me then.
Not really what I'd use on this character, but interesting. Made me pause for a second. Did I get all my... I didn't get the 3rd platinum bust. Rip. I'm also going to do one other thing real quick here. Okay. Question, yeah, Flask is over here. At least it wasn't too far away. Oh my gosh. Frost skeletons. Frickin' whip. Bro. Actually crazy. Can I farm June? June is also really good. Well, okay, so prior to 3.26 it was good because you had to do it anyways to unlock your like crafting bench. I'm not really sure. I didn't really look into how good June farming was with the reworks to Betrayal. It could be pretty decent now with the rewards from Katarina. So yeah, you could totally do June if you want. But you don't have to. It doesn't feel as necessary anymore because you don't need her for like unlocking recipes on your bench. Alright, so we don't want that staff because what we're looking for in a base item on this build is chance to block attack damage. So if you see a staff and it's like chance to block spell damage, we don't want that, unfortunately. Alright, so that's docks, and up here should be quest item and waypoints. Docks is a good place to farm levels if you want. So if you're feeling too squishy or you think your damage doesn't feel good, this is a really good zone to just get a couple levels in if you want to take a break from the campaign. There's usually lots of rare and magic packs. Decent density for a leveling zone early on. Typically in hardcore I spend some time here farming just to get enough levels to feel somewhat safe. These scrolls of wisdom are like gold dust right now, so I'm snatching them up. Is this a fresh start? It is, Yudo. So I have Keepers of Flame SSF Test Private League, and yeah, completely fresh character. You'll see as I go into each zone, there'll be a message, first time entering the zone on this character. I am doing a test just to make sure everything still feels good with the leveling sections in my POB, and just kind of do an SSF test. I like to do this before every league launch just to make sure everything feels good, get somewhat familiar with leveling again. I was mentioning like the week before, especially if the patch notes don't hit the build hard, I'll probably just practice leveling the first 2 or 3 acts over and over, get efficient at it again. This also gives me a chance to show people that you can level the character, you can do Atlas progression, Void Stones, all that stuff, and you don't need to have like trade to do it. Shows the viability of the build overall, which is, you know, good. My guy, just gonna blink around, aren't you? Dude. I gotta get a hit off on him so I can get bleed to start ticking. There we go. This could get rough. Can I survive? I don't have any kind of freeze protection yet, so anytime I do a strong box with that, it's a little scary. Totally worth it. 10-10 would do again. Infamous. So basically you'll kill me. He has a life sprig. Yeah, I am fighting you for that, dude. That does nothing for me. Usually take the intelligence one here because int is something we're going to struggle for on this build until we can get stats on rings or something. So like either a turquoise, this is really good, or pure. This has extra ats, but they're both kind of crap actually, but I guess this one's the better of the two. We'll keep these life flasks. Just start IDing all this stuff. I'm gonna go to town real quick and vendor out my bags. See if there's a staff for sale, because that's really kind of what we want at this point. No staffs that we need, so back to leveling. That physical damage we just unlocked is really nice. That's what we're going to use on our staff when we get a decent base. Got lucky, had an infamous drop a tier of purity on my run, carried me for a bit. Oh, that sounds dope. Yeah. Yeah, tier purity, super nice. When I play Ruthless sometimes, that's an extremely good drop, right? Because you don't get aura gems and... I've actually thought about playing this character on Ruthless. It would take a while to get the links and the gems and everything, but even though Slayer gets nerfed a bit in Ruthless mode, it's not terrible. Like, I think you could get pretty far in Ruthless on this build, actually. The hardest part would just be acquiring everything, because it's Ruthless. But as a core, I think it maintains a lot of its functionality. Ooh. And I got no fire resist right now. Might be time to go visit the crafting bench in a little bit and fix some of my resistances. Definitely before I get to Katava. Go into Act 6. We are going to do Siosa. Because there's like 1 or 2 gems, I believe, from him that we're going to want. So we'll do that later. At this point, I think we unlock Cyclone now. This is when you could swap if you have a staff that you could use. But we haven't found one yet, so we're going to keep pushing with Sunder. Because I believe that quest with General gives you Cyclone. Yeah, Royal Staffs are going to be spell block, which we don't want, so that's unfortunate. We're very close to making the swap. One of the other things we're going to pick up, probably our next skill point, or I'll swap it, is we want Unwavering Stance when we go Cyclone. There's nothing worse than getting stunned when you're Cyclone, so we want to avoid that at all costs. What is this? Garbage. That belt has a lot of life, though. Oh, this guy's Cyclone, so he's gonna probably destroy us. Nah. I would think my bleeds are gonna take him out pretty easy. Yeah. So that's a pretty big belt upgrade, actually. It's a lot of life. As a rule of thumb, if you're newer to the game, I try to aim for about 300 HP every campaign act. So at this point, we're in Act 3. We'd want to be close to like 900 HP by the end of the act. Is a pretty good spot to be in. You want to have good HP. So our life is a little bit lower than I'd like it to be right now, but this is SSF. We are kind of rushing through the act as quick as possible, or at least as quick as I can. I'm going to pick up that unwavering stance now. There's absolutely no reason to fight this guy, but I typically do, just because, like, I find it fun to kill him. You can totally skip that elite, that unique guy. Reminds me of the old days of the game.
Piety's home away from home. Let's see if the sick witch is in.
Basically, we're just trying to find the way to get to piety at this point. I think this is going to be the right direction. Usually in this zone, when you find like the really long pathways that just go in one direction, you're typically, that's the way you're going to get to piety. And they're typically like this, one long stretch after another in the same direction. You'll notice I skip a lot of the normal packs, but you typically want to also kill these magic packs because they give really good HP or experience. Little trick when you get to this section right here, if you don't know which way to go for piety, it's going to be the one that has the wagon right here. The wagon, and on the UI you'll see there's a little, let me kill these guys real quick so I can show you this. So you'll see on my map, when we get to this intersection, there's like this little straight, and then there's this one right here that's like curved in. This is the direction you want to go. This means you're going to piety. You'll have like the wagon down here. The other way just dead ends.
To destroy a piece of art. Damn you!
It's kind of the power of bleed early on. You just can kind of hit them and they'll wear themselves down over time.
But someone had to stop with Cyclone.
Royal, and Royal, and Royal. Wow, long staff. Okay, so 4 staffs, none of them we want to use. That's kind of unfortunate. Usually at this point the vendor will have something. We're gonna go ahead and pick up the Cyclone. We'll just start leveling it now. Alright, so like I said, we're gonna go do Library and Ciosa. And we'll have our last trial up here for the first lab. It's pretty good. Yeah, no movement speed boots is tragic. I can craft it at this point. I'd have to... Let's go look at our gear real quick, actually. Alright, what can we do here? Throw life on this. My resistance is at... Ooh, pretty bad. I think there's much I can do here on this guy, unfortunately. We don't have the unlocks yet. I want to get my fire resist higher. It's too much for what it gives us. Then I'm going to roll on the boots. Hopefully we don't get both a prefix and suffix. And I can hopefully put movement speed on these. Movement speed's a prefix, so we kind of brick those. Alright. So I go to vendor and they have something we can use. Oh, at least this reset, but we can't use those. Nothing good. I might be better off just rolling an alch on these, and maybe I get an open prefix. That'll work. Oh, we can use pride now, that's good. Put movement speed on these, hopefully. Something. Alright, we're definitely gonna... So... We're gonna use Pride. And Blood and Sand. Don't think we're gonna have enough with mana issues, yeah. To use our other aura. That's funny, it's got my Cyclone there. I don't want that there. Not yet. The Ascendancies on Slayer are like generally super good. Like every Ascendancy that you go do is like really good on this class, so you definitely want to make it a priority to go do lab as soon as you can. Get really good power creep. I don't think I ever bought that faster attacks for our leaf slam, so I gotta take care of that too. Well, we'll eventually get that when we unlock him. All in one place. Yeah, I got like no cold resist. It's rough in the SSF life.
Choice, after all, is part of the craft. Now,
This early currency is pretty good. If I can like hit him and get a bleed on him. There we go.
I've no choice to let you have it.
Alright, so what we're going to do now is grab a bunch of our currency that we have. And we're going to go purchase a few gems from Ciosa. So I think out of all of these, I'm going to take Pulverize. I think I'll take Fortify first for just better defense. But we're looking for Shockwave. We're also looking for General's Cry. And Auto Exertion. So we have our stuff for General's Cry, and then we have our Cyclone. We're also going to Cyclone Shockwave, and I believe I have it linked with... In the POB I use Melee Fizz, but I think we'll use Fortify just for the extra defense right now. A little bit of damage and a little bit of defense. And if we're lucky, there'll be a staff here that we can use. There is not. Okay. This might happen to you when you're playing the character, and you'll either have to trade for one if you're playing trade, or you'll just have to keep leveling Sunder until you find a good attack block staff. That's just kind of the roll of the dice. I'm just going to keep pushing for right now. I really would like to get that staff though, so hopefully before I get to Dominus.
they reach.
Yes?
I can't do this just yet. Welcome to the greatest of arenas, duelist. God is watching.
Submit, heretic!
What's a fact?
Have you ever seen the true face of God, exile? Die!
the touch of God! Nightmare through the touch of God! The touch of God! Die! The light of divinity! Die! This world is an illusion, exile.
Swinsy, hey man, can't wait to run this build again in a new league. Do you anticipate any Cyclone changes? I don't. I don't anticipate any Cyclone changes. I think they're going to go after ES being way overpowered with Trickster and all that kind of stuff, and I think they're going to rework the balance of the game away from ES, if I had to take a guess. That's my suspicion. Kind of like slowly grinding through these normal mobs instead of skipping them just to get a few levels in. Passive XP. Although I should just go for the magic packs, I suppose, like normal. Alright, so at this point, let's go ahead and grab, let's take a look at the POB. Usually these two nodes are pretty good early on, so we'll pick those up. Oh, I leveled Desecrate again, rip. Yeah, our damage is a little low right now because our staff is just really, really bad. Gotta try to craft a better weapon. When you go for Leech, relatively soon, I'm gonna pick up this node here, Destroyer, and then we'll work down here and we'll start to grab. We get a little bit of Leech off of this, but what we really want to grab is these 4 nodes right here, and then you can get the 5% Leech there. I need just like more sockets on my gear because I gotta fit a curse in and also get that I'll probably fit in a smaller aura that isn't reservation based. Maybe vitality or something right now. It's good to click on these nodes because you can get the div cards for alterations, which is going to be very nice, especially in this SSF setting. Oh, it's our first Chaos Orb on this character. Oh, it's exciting.
Always happy to help a damn
This rares are unique mob is super scary because of that ring of death she does. Does so much damage.
I survived the pits of trap. I'll honor the code.
2 divines! Oh my gosh, dude! Could you imagine if this was trade? What the fuck? This dude is dangerous. He's gonna destroy me, I think. That's why he has 2 divines. Oh, I freeze frame there of all places. What the heck, dude? Oh, he's super scary. Nah, bro. There's no way. I gotta get more flash charges and kinda... basically let my General's Cry do the work here, I think. Ooh. See if I can get some more flash charges, okay. Try to let my General's Cry finish him off. Yeah, the fissures are super scary. We were just talking about fissure being way OP. I love how, like, I never saw, I think I saw once a Merc with Divines, and then I do an SSF run before the league is over, and I see one that has 2. That's actually crazy. Alright. Progenesis. Like, if you're doing, like, T16.5s or T17s, and you come across a Strength Merc, it's gonna be rough. But at that point, like, a lot of stuff's gonna one-shot you. If you're running an Abyssus and you don't have a Progenesis. You could probably get away without a Progenesis, but a lot of people probably run Abyssus because I suggest it. Abyssus makes you very weak to Fizz, so you need something to counter it like a Progenesis in the late game. Yeah. Nope, I'm good. I got my 2 divines. That was crazy. I gotta start exiling certain mercs because at this point I think like my best gear options for a while are gonna come from Mercenaries. So exile the ones I don't need for gear and like focus on strength and strength decks, guys. I think it's gonna be the play. Two Divine is freaking crazy. Alright, so this is kind of like what we're looking for, but it's really the Foul, or the Vile Staff. But yeah, 20% chance to block attack damage while wielding a staff is really good. So we kind of want something like this. This is where you'll see on my POB I start recommending taking Int on the tree to help with the offset of the staff costs. I could aug this and see if I get lucky, but like, it's not great. More than anything, we need like sockets. Yeah. I think doing the fizz recipe on this would be worth it. I'm not going to waste a whetstone right now. But we'll save that for later. Alright, let's go knock out. Calm is going to be a bit scary because I don't have any fire resistance. Typically, he hits pretty hard. So one thing we could do is we could actually grab 2 points this way and then grab these 2 nodes, which give like 16 resists. Just kind of work this way and then grab some more life too. Kind of deviates from the suggestions in my POB, but sometimes you have to deviate a bit when you're leveling a character for the current gear situation that you have, especially in SSF. We do take those nodes eventually, but I recommend them in the guide later on. But defensively, we're weak right in thinking right now. I never did I never did Hellrake in Act 1. I was like, I don't have a Bismuth Flask, that's why. I never did that, dude. I still gotta do the skill point quest there, so I think once we get the waypoint in the next zone, we'll go back and knock those 2 things out real quick, because a Bismuth Flask would be really OP right now, actually. I need curses so bad. Physical resistant, yep, that'll do it. Let's go do this. I can't believe I forgot about this. I could have sworn I did this. Did I just put the flask in my stash and forget about it? I feel like I did this. Yeah, I got the quest item already. I know I didn't do the other actual skill point quest here, so it's in my stash then. Wait, what? Did I vendor the flask? Was I that stupid? Rip, man. Let's check vendors. Maybe I'll get lucky. Well, there's the Bismuth Flask quest in this zone too, the den. I'll just go do that. Efficient gameplay, guys. This is efficient leveling right here. Where is the den? Be over here on this side for sure. Oh, increased armor, that's really good. Nice. Alright, let's go do the skill point from Act 1, just to knock that out. Okay. Now we're back to a reasonable baseline. Ooh. It's the ignite that really does it there. Just gonna use one of these on that. You don't have a bleed flask, so that really hurts. Should actually probably try to craft a bleed flask after this. Could do that real quick, actually. I can. Sometimes the vendor has one. This is not one of those times. Well, game told us to get fucked. No bleed flask for us. Oh, you're supposed to phase at 75, not 60. Alright, Calm is really the only one I'm kind of scared of. We do have a Bismuth now, so it shouldn't be like atrocious, but it'll be scary. It's the SRS he does during the fight is pretty gnarly. Let's get our passive armor resistances up a bit.
You don't stand a chance.
I should have gone this way. So many beasts. I want to do beasts right now. Leave me alone, beasts. Doricio or whatever. Before I go and do Piety and Malachi. That's what I like to do. So we'll probably go do lab after this and get our first Slayer Ascendancy. It's just kind of... I know some people like to do it right in Act 3. I like to wait a little bit. Because I feel like by the time I go do it now on this build, we've kind of got our Cyclone setup going. I've got a few more points on the tree. Ideally I'd have a much better weapon right now. I just have had shit luck with staffs. Yeah, okay, that's a lot better with the Bismuth up. Alright, let's see how this goes. Leech is also going to help a bit once we start putting some points into that in the next couple levels. Yeah, we just need a better weapon. Our damage is just kind of mid. Defensively, it feels alright. Now that we got a bit more resistance stacking. Alright, I'm gonna get this out of my bags and then we'll go do lab. Oh. Not hideout. Let's also clean all this out.
Or the balcony.
That's a chromie. Yes, please. You know what? It's a little extra work, but I don't want to go all the way around. It's probably through a gauntlet thing down there, so screw that. Let's go this way to the next Bizarro phase. Should have bought some. I have some green gems in my stash, but yeah, I should have had some cyclones too. We don't get the specific one to 35 anyways, but oh, there's a chance we get tumult. We're not going to be testing Cyclone of Tumult and Stampede on this test because the chances of me getting Stampede boots from farming Blight in the next 4 or 5 days is non-existent. So it's probably the play to do simply because like that's the build, but. We'll see if I really want to do Blight for 2 or 3 days straight. I know I'm probably going to go into Harvest, Expedition, typical for my starter tree, and then my second tree. I might end up doing Blight just to farm it. Maybe I get lucky and get Stampede, it might be worth. We'll see. Typically, I go for, I'll show you guys real quick, but typically we go for Bane of Legends first, because I like getting the 20% coal as soon as possible. So, yeah, we go for the extra attack speed and also just extra damage, but mostly we're beelining for Headsman by the time we do second lab, because that 20% coal is so good. And then after that we go for the impact. That's the Ascendancy progression. Once you get your offering, you're going to go for Brutal Fervor. I do run Rage on this build, so what we're going to end up doing once I get some more life defensive stuff down here is I spec into this wheel for Battle Trance, and then I pick up the nearby enemies are intimidated also. We run Rage that way. Maybe we get Cyclone of Tumult. Let's see. GG? No. Alright. How'd this staff come out? Ooh, that's a pretty nice staff. 132 damage is a lot better than what we're rocking. And it has an open suffix for attack speed, but I don't think I could craft that yet. I don't have like Jeweler's Orbs though, and I'm socket starved right now. I think the play would be to see if I could color this to what I need. Well, hold on, before I waste gear. Yeah, it's like almost double the damage of that. It's a pretty big juicy staff there. Any good way to farm roomies when SSF? Nah, I think it's just a global drop, so you can... Yeah, I saw a couple of them drop when I was playing trade, but I don't think there's a way to target farm them. I'd have to look it up. Alright, so we got our Ascendancy. Let's see if we can make this staff work. I gotta get a green and 2 red, or green, red, blue on helm, gloves, or boots. Preferably helm or gloves. There's like nothing. Let's go check Actory. It's an evasion helm though, so I'm never gonna roll that. That's never gonna happen. Vision energy shield, that's never gonna happen. Yeah, I don't have any options. My gear is terrible, bro. It's so bad. Checked Act 2, maybe there's something on him. He's not gonna have 3 sockets probably though. Well, he might. Alright, well there's a red, green, blue actually. We can move our Cyclone onto this. Solved. Let's go ahead and do that. It's actually garbage. I'm just gonna waste this chaos. It's like kinda better. Alright, so we do our Cyclone set up like this. And then we just gotta figure out these gems on the staff. We've got 2 red, we just don't have a place for our Desecrate. I guess I can just gem swap Desecrate for now. When we get to somewhere I need it. I do like having this going. I think I'll just probably take faster attacks off and put Desecrate here for now. That's pretty big. Almost double the damage on the staff, that's pretty good. Alright, our damage should feel a lot better now. The only thing I haven't figured out is a bleed flask. I don't have currency to roll one at the moment. Okay. Let's go see how our damage feels after Ascendancy and big staff upgrade. I gotta be careful I don't have a bleed flask. Oh yeah, that's much, much better. Much, much better. And we're gonna take some extra life here. Then after we take the life nodes, we're going to go into Leech. Let's grab that Quicksilver Flask. It's a higher item level, so I might be able to roll something better on it. Bro. Ooh. We need a bleed flask. I don't want that transmutation actually.
What a pleasure to finally meet you, duelist. You and I will create the most beautiful of nightmares together. Let us bathe you in blood, duelist, so that this world might be bathed in glory.
Now, exile!
What?
Now, exile!
Damage pretty good. Pretty good.
Let us see if you
Truly,
truly understand
and what it means to be Nightmare. Look at that damage. Ooh, baby.
I gave my life, being Nightmare gave me so much more.
I keep hitting my key to use Frostblink from muscle memory, and I don't have it yet, so it's just not doing anything. It's funny.
The gift of immortality. Nightmare is the true eternal. Why are you so in love with death?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Should probably vendor all this before we go do the next act. And this is where you're at a point in the build where you're just kind of going to be cruising now. We're going to be slightly improving our gear, improving our weapon, but we're pretty much done. 95 life. That's disgusting. Yeah, we're going to use that. So we're just basically improving everything at this point. And it's got a pretty good resist roll in there too. I do got to get a green socket somewhere. I hate moments like these. Damn. I need chromes. I don't have chromes. We will... It's gonna make bossing a little bit difficult without our desecrate. I'm gonna have to figure out something for that. Probably gonna have to get rid of boots if I can get boots with a green socket. Yeah, because we're not gonna roll that on staff. The life of SSF. It's rough, man. Rough. Alright, so we gotta spend the next act just hopefully buffing up our resistances a bit. Like to get a little bit more fizz damage mitigation with some better armor. But yeah, feel pretty good overall.
Still I live.
We're about like 30 to 40 minutes behind where I'd like to be on a run, because I usually like to finish the first 5 acts around 30 or 3 hours. That's typically my speed. I've been a little bit slower this time, about 40 minutes off, I think simply because I just haven't leveled a character, like, tried to really level one efficiently in like 3 months, so. We are at a point now, though, where it should be relatively easy to get through the acts. I am stopping to do like Mercenaries a lot too. So this has better socket coloring what I'm currently using. I could try this if this guy doesn't kill me, because he is beefy and scary. You can maybe roll with these. We're going to lose a lot of movement speed, but it does give us the ability to Does it have an open prefix? Ooh, it does. I can craft movement speed. But we can throw our desecrate back on now, so we have that again. So there's that. We're fixing the movement speed right now, though. It's the exact same as my other. Okay, whatever. I'll take it. Alright, yeah. Not having desecrate is really no bueno, because you want to be able to drop those for that single target damage when we get to a really tough rare or a boss or something. So I just need raw currency at this point so I can roll stuff. Alright, so now we're going to start grabbing this leech here. We'll grab these 4 points and then the 5% leech is instant. That should give us a bit more thickness. Then after that, I think I'll grab the rage nodes. Because rage is just going to be flat extra damage, that'll be nice later. Ooh. What are my worst resistances? By far cold, and then I guess lightning. I'll take it. I can fit Frostblink on now. Cool. That's really good. Doesn't need to be leveled up. Starting to get all my abilities. Starting to feel like the build. Pretty good. What is this layout? Yikes. Good old leap slam bug. Sometimes you just get stuck on the terrain. It is what it is. Not flesh and stone. Actually, I do want flesh and stone now that I think about it. Oh, I don't want to go that way. Stuck in a corner. $89 to max life. Lots of intelligence. And an open suffix to craft on resist again. It's a lot of life. Yeah, completely turned around. I think we go this way. No, it's all the way north. This layout is crazy. What I wouldn't give for 20 or 25% movement speed boots right now. Yikes, my dude. that a gold rim? Wish I had that earlier.
Orbit's going.
Oh, can't wait for your full build on POB. Yeah, if you look in the description of the YouTube video ask, I have the latest, the most up-to-date POB there if you want to peruse it. But obviously, when the patch notes drop next week, changes might have to be made. So it's tentatively, look at that. But my plan is level this character up, do a couple days of testing, and then if the build doesn't get nerfed to the point where it's not playable, I'm going to do a big 3.27 update video. I'll do a big 3.27 update video with showcasing this character in a pure SSF and how it fared after like a week, and then I'll showcase my actual league character from 3.26. That POB respect might not be the latest. Give me 1 second, and I will grab the one here and put it in chat for you. I haven't updated my bots yet, so for everybody, that is going to be my latest POB there. Yeah, no problem. We're going to go with the Granite Flask because that's going to be pretty good at this point. Crimson Jewel. Kind of sad. Go ahead and swap out that neck. This did affect our int. How far off are we? By 3. So we'll just grab this point out back from here and spec that there. Grab the int we need for our weapon. I'm gonna sell some of this stuff. Keep the uniques, because you never know if those are fun to play with or not. 25% movement speed. But it doesn't have any sockets. It's so much movement speed though. And it doesn't have life. I can't roll life on it. That is a ton of life on that ring. Really the only part about it that sucks is just gonna fuck up my dexterity, maybe? I thought it would. So then we also need to put a little bit of love into the dex right here. Now we got a lot of life. Store these. Sell this stuff. And this back into leech. I'm actually gonna go to look what I can craft on my gear real quick. Okay, our cold resistance is shots. Can roll some cold here. Helps a bit. We'll do some more cold here. It's better. Some fizz damage back there. Capped on you. So I can roll attributes here. This might fix actually me having to use points here and here. And then I can just put into instant leech here. Alright, so now we'll go for rage. So we're in a very good spot right now for the beginning of Act 6. Pretty good spot for Act 6. So now ideally what I'd be wanting to look for is, you know, always looking for a better weapon, but also I want to start looking for 4 links. 4 links for my Cyclone and my General's Cry. And just continuing to improve our weapon. That's basically the game for the rest of the campaign. Just going into, you know, T1 maps with 2 4 links and a really decent, like, you know, 400 PDPS weapon is pretty good. That's like the benchmark I want to aim for. That'll comfortably let us cruise through white and yellow maps tomorrow. Dusto. Just taking a look, I'm comparing. It's a lot of armor compared to our current chest, but it's not a 3-link. I could probably turn it into a 3-link. See what happens. Is this guy gonna rock me? This Cyclone versus Cyclone? Cyclone versus Cyclone.
Very well, it's yours.
Nothing I really want from him. Alright, so now we've got some rage built into the build. Not much, but some.
Feels like
I give up the glove. Give up all this. Make your choice. Bingo. Another counter.
We'll go do the reliquary zone and then Katava. I'm gonna take a break for 5 minutes, grab some water, use the restroom. We'll hit the second half of the campaign. Hopefully it'll go a little bit quicker than the first half. I was so rusty today. It's been so long. But we also took us a while to make the swap to Cyclone in Act 3. Didn't get the staff I wanted right away. Alright, time for Katava. Do I have to talk to... No. I think I need to talk to him. Does this reward anything? I can't remember. I might have screwed that up by not talking to him. If I have to, I'll fix it later. I don't know if that's a skill point or something. Alright, what do we got here? That's the movement speed. Alright, let's cook Katava. It's the moment we've been waiting for, right? You know what? I can fit a curse in, like vulnerability or something. I should be... rather use like Poacher's Mark, but curse would have been nice now. Ooh, got slap hard there. Nope, that's it. Alright. Yeah, about 40 minutes longer than I'd like to be at this point, but it was a rough start, and I haven't leveled the character seriously in a while. Yeah, and then clear the Twilight Strand, just get the Lily quest done, and then once we have our unlocked, I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break. Distances are still good even without a Bismuth, but with a Bismuth we're well over cap.
I am not inclined. I will accept your decision.
Nah, I'm good. I'm gonna take a quick break and I'll be back in about 5. Alright, just had to stretch my legs for a minute, just grab some water. So not bad, I guess, for the first half. A little bit longer than I'm normally used to, but it's been a minute since I've seriously leveled a character. Alright, let's get into the second half here. Chest is crazy. Like, it doesn't have life, but that is so much armor. Please don't kill me, my dude. The chest is huge. We'll just take the mastery, because I'm pretty sure that has... Oh, it has regen life on it. Damn. Well, this only has 20 life anyways, so that's just a pure upgrade for right now. It's got it's got 800 more armor. So we went from having essentially 46% Fizz DR to 72 without Flask. I'll take it. And it has some resistances on it too. Hell yeah.
Give up on God. You should make your choice.
I would like a better belt. That is not what I was looking for, unfortunately. Take the better mana flask though. Oh, yeah, I gotta visit Heist to unlock that crap. We should grab a curse while I'm here though. Normally I'd want to use... How many chromes do I have? I'd want to use Poacher's Mark right now, but I may not have a lot of rerolls. We gotta make sure to keep these things. I can get one green. It'll work. Let's go grab Poacher's Mark, and then we have a curse finally from when we're bossing. Eventually we'll get that on Mark on hit. Oh, let's make sure I have General Scry going. Yeah, so right now is when the build is kind of really starting to feel like the build. You kind of have like all the pieces coming together. As long as we keep our weapon damage high. We're gravy.
Turn around. I won't ask twice.
Infamous. Is it my peak? Nah, I don't want any of this stuff. Alright. Maybe we gotta go this way to get to, nope. So it's gonna be, like, all the way around, get to trial. It's unfortunate.
your skin. Special choice is part of the craft. Where do you think you're going?
I like the Skulls of Wisdom. Then we won't have to always pick those up, but it's nice when you start to get to the part of the campaign where currency drops and stacks. few tweaks to the gear. Off we go. Now we got our 4-link on our Cyclone. Just gotta get 4-link General's Cry. I'm going, I think I'll do Fortify and Infuse Channeling for now, just because gives us some extra defense. A little bit of damage and extra defense. Once we get into maps and we can roll Eldritch Currency on armor, we'll solve Fortify on the chest.
I gave up the cause, gave up on God. Choose, no God will answer for you.
I like to check the amethyst rings, just in case a good one generates. At this point, what do we want to go for? Probably more mana reduction. Do this mana reservation of skills. This might allow us to run. Oh yeah. We got that all up and running. All of our auras.
My gems and I'll make short work of you. Get on with it. Start running. If you're that
Yeah, we're cruising now. As long as I know how to navigate these zones, which I don't. There's really no reason to kill this guy, but we can. Yes. Always pick the wrong way in this zone. Hope it wasn't all the way down south. Probably was. Rip. Did a giant circle. Almost forgot to drop the flag there.
I gave up the cloth. Give up on God. You should do this. Make your choice.
Thought it was a 5-link for a second. Huh. That'd been crazy. Alas, it is not. Lots of chromies dropping. Kinda nice. We shall need them. I hope it wasn't all like the other side. Go back up this way. I think it's that. If it's anything, it'd be over here. Probably not. I say it's south of us.
Okay, let's go. I do love the stink of victory.
Some insane latency in this zone. I don't know what is going on. This is actually crazy.
Hold your tongue. Do not wish to hear time waits for no one. Tiny fool. Ashtray. I refuse. I just do it.
Right, got our trials done for the next lab. Should put us at 1 mana for Cyclone. Beautiful, beautiful. chaos damage. We are getting close to Act 8. Act 8 is my least favorite act in the campaign. Never look forward to it. Infamous Blade Master. Fear cast. That'd be good for a minion build. But this is a 1 week SSF run, and I'm only really concerned about things that are going to benefit this character. I'll be doing multiple different characters in this test league. Chaos. I didn't think about that. She's chaos, so that's like, that's rough. Yeah. I have no chaos resistance right now. Orb of Binding. Yes, yes, please. Ooh, this guy hits hard.
It's yours now.
missed a firefly down here. Apparently there's still more.
Hello.
Least favorite act. Okay, so at this point, I think I'm gonna head a little bit up, grab this Fizz cluster wheel right here, and then going, after we grab this, we're gonna start going into defense. We're gonna start picking up some more block, start to get ready for the mapping experience. Also puts us close to these stat nodes if we need some assistance, because as we increase our weapon, we're going to need more int. Sometimes I like to gamble for the war staffs, because you never know. You can get something like 220 plus PDPS. Be pretty good. I don't really need gold right now, or anything in particular. 22 intelligence. Yeah, I'm not going to find a better neck than that, probably, right? We'll take the Dexent one. Yeah, nah. Let's gamble for a few staffs and see if we get lucky.
Not bad. Not bad.
Okay, 188 is pretty good, and it's a 4-link. We got here, we've got the increased fizz. We lose. Oh, and we got a slot for attack speed. So the question is, if I wanted to, I really don't want to put a 4-link in my staff though, but eventually we're gonna have to have our link in a staff, right? So, you know. But yeah, we need level and int for this. 55. 2 more points and we can use this. Slightly better than what we currently have. So we'll upgrade to that. So if I put... There's no way I'm going to roll 4 red on this. Okay, I stand corrected. So let's go craft attack speed on this, and then we'll move. We'll set up a 4-link Generalist Cry setup. Go for intellect on the tree, and we'll just keep cruising until then. Then we'll have a 4-link GC set up. We'll move these over to the chest. Yeah. Alright, Act 8. Eventually we'll hopefully get a 4-link chest. I'd rather keep my stuff there. Ambush charge. This is actually... Like, if I look at my chest, I do like the life on there. Flat 15 resists, and a chance to gain endurance charges. We're probably gonna die, but we'll give it a shot. This guy is stacked. It'll work for now. SSF life, let's go. It'll make me take a lot more damage. And I'm really weak to dot. I believe that doesn't... I believe that ramps up their speed. My first Vow Orb. Nice. Alright. Hit a giant circle. The odds of me hitting 4 sockets on this with the amount of jewelers I have. Ooh, okay. Strength int base, what's the odds of hitting me 4? 4 red? Okay. Can I link? Yo. Alright. We don't have to put our link there for now, which is nice. I believe I want probably melee fizz right now on my General's Cry. So go pick that up. Alright. Alright, we got both of our 4 links before maps. Be good. Of a slightly better weapon and another level.
The Empire lives on, and so do its most loyal
Thanks, Adam, for the
servants.
sub. Much appreciated. 86 life is pretty crazy. Look at those boots. Holy moly, no movement speed though. But I can roll movement speed on there. Whew. Like the life, lightning. Yeah. It's a shame that I'm out running Mercs to simulate the next league, because this guy has determination, which would be pretty good. But gotta start living the life without mercenaries.
Victor go the spoils.
Alright, did I just do a big loop-de-loo? Where am I going here? Was I supposed to go down this way? I don't feel like this is right. I feel like this is bait. Oh, maybe it's right. Okay. Yeah, this must be the way then. What a weird layout. Holy moly. That's such a weird layout. That's me. This is where we want to go. Oh, holy Nikes. Yikes, dude. Oh my gosh. Please give me some life flash charges before this guy just destroys me. Alright, so he like does a Minotaur basically. Is what that looks like. That was crazy. That helm is so nice though. Can I roll a blue on it, or can I guess we could put our link in the weapon, but yeah, we gotta worry about the Cyclone now, but that's a nice helm. A lot of HP. Let's go actually fix up our weapon in that real quick. So I want to use this, but we got to worry about these gems now. We don't have a lot of colors, so we might have to drop infused channeling. I feel like I have a better chance of hitting 3 red and a green here, so well, this is a green. I think we just drop use channeling now. I need dex. It's fine. Grab some dex. Just like that. Let me move to fortify. Shockwave, and then probably melee fizz on there. So now we've got our auras and our curse. There's no way I hit 2 green on this to get a mark on hit, but I might hit a blue. so faster attacks and leap slam can go here. Stick war banner here. A blue and a green. Getting a blue here is easy, getting a green might be rough. Probably should have done benchcraft. Just keep running without faster attacks for a little bit. Don't need infused channeling anymore. Boots were interesting. What do my resistances look like now? I'm way over on lightning. Fire. Can't put anything on you. I can only put movement speed on you. $493. I think we just go with the new pair of boots. And what I can do here is actually this.
How you doing?
Alright, and then we'll do a cast when damage molten shell. A little bit of more creation. Grab melee fizz for our Cyclone. Alright. Oh, and craft movement speed on our boots. It's 3 movement speed boots, and it's 3 crafts I've done, and they've all been 11%. That's actually bananas. Alright. Whatever. Then another few levels I'm gonna go do second lab and grab our 20% coal, which would be really nice. Yeah, Dana. I'm playing SSF right now in a private league. So this is a fresh character, and it's all gear that I've either found or crafted so far during this leveling today.
Your body is a canvas, like choice after all.
Yeah, it's a solid. Once you get like everything up and running, you make the swap to Cyclone and General's Cry in Act 3, and then once you like start to feel really good around Act 5, Act 6. Once, because like all melee builds, right? It's really dependent on your weapon, so you got to keep upgrading your weapon, and as long as you keep your weapon upgraded and juice as much physical damage out of it as possible, yeah, it feels pretty decent. And like right now, I have my 2 4-links, one with General's Cry, one with my Cyclone, and then I have my auras. So like everything is kind of coming together now. We're at that point where like, yeah, I just got to keep upgrading my weapon. I got a bunch of shit turning here, so I might as well do that. Get all these passive points. Leave, I go for flat damage. Yeah. Alright, another 20 minutes and I'll be out of this terrible act. Be in Act 9 finally. We're getting close to being done with leveling here. Yeah, that looks really good. I generally struggle to get my 4-links early. It feels like Act 8 before I get them. Yeah, it's all about like, you know, a lot of it's luck, right? I actually crafted both of those 4-links that I'm using right now. So, you know, just rolling jewelers and fusings. And it's all, you know, like I said, this is a private league SSF test. You'll see every time I enter a new zone as I'm leveling, you get the little message that, you know, it's the first time character's in the zone. So it's all just a combination of luck and knowing how to craft gear, I guess.
Your flesh thanks.
I'm also not using Mercenaries during this test because we won't have Mercenaries in the next league. So I'm engaging with them for gear and stuff, for currency, because, you know, it's a league mechanic. We'll have a league mechanic next, you know, in 2 weeks. But I'm not going to use them as support because that's like added power that we won't have. So kind of throws off the test. But like, I'll look at what they have, for instance, and, you know, okay, he's got a chromie. I'll probably fight him for the chromie. Yeah, so it's a chrome, whatever. He's probably running Pride, so I want to be careful. I didn't really check his gym setup, but you don't want to. These guys can get kind of dangerous if you stay too close to them for a little bit. I'm also not the fastest leveler. Like, I'm about to finish up Act 8, go into Act 9 a little, around probably 5:45 here. There's people that level way quicker than me, but I feel like it feels pretty good playing the build. And I generally complete the campaign in like 6.5-ish hours. So this run has been a little bit slower because I'm not using Mercenaries. So obviously they help speed up things. And oh yeah, Thief Ring for sure. What were you testing out for your leveling? Lacerate Duelist. I want to go Lacerate with Hemorrhage, but I don't plan on that drop on my first lab run. Ah, yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty good alt gem, or Transfigure gem. Yeah, so my build uses Cyclone of Tumult with the Stampede boots, but obviously because I'm playing SSF, the chances of me getting the Stampede boots, because I'm only going to do this test for a couple days, and then, like, basically I'm going to play this character up until the patch notes, so about, like, 6 days played. So my chances of getting Stampede from running Blight is, like, really slim. But if I do get the boots, then I'll probably do some lab runs before I finish up this character and see if I get the Transfigure gem and make the swap. Yeah, Lacerate Glad makes sense for the bleed. And I'm assuming you go the block too. It's a pretty good build for hardcore. Dropped up there. Orbs of Chance, that'll be good for when I need maps. I play softcore, I'm allergic to not paying attention, yeah. I run like 1 or 2 hardcore characters a league just for fun. I don't take it like seriously, but I typically either play trade or SSF. I've mostly been playing trade the last couple leagues because when I stream this build, it's better to do trade because I can like speed through the character and show like, you know, within a week like real progression and stuff. And SSF, obviously things take longer. So I think like for people watching me play the character, they probably enjoy it more on trade because I can like actually craft a weapon and get resources and do the things that they'll probably be doing. SSF, I'd have to grind that, like, I'm not efficient, so it would take me a long time on SSF to get the things I need. I was joking around earlier today about the idea of playing a hardcore Ruthless version of this build because the changes to Slayer Ascendancy are actually not that terrible. So the core of the build should still function. The terrible part is like actually getting the support gems and the links and everything set up, but like it would probably actually do well in a game mode like Ruthless, better than some other stuff. Yeah. The only problem I have with SSF is like I'd have to grind out all the resources to do the crafting, so it's like I know how to craft, but like, you know, grinding out all the harvest juice, for instance, you'd have to spend like an entire day doing harvest just to get enough to, you know what I mean? Or running essences, that kind of stuff. It's totally doable. The thing about my build that would be hard in SSF is just getting the Stampede boots from Blight. I know some people that played my build, played it in SSF in 3.26, and they told me like either it took them a long time to see the boots drop or they played like for weeks and weeks farming Blight and never saw the boots drop, so it's so RNG. And you don't have to play Stampede with Cyclone of Tumult, but Cyclone of Tumult is so much like additive damage, it just feels bad not to use it. You can use regular Cyclone, but it would just be less damage. Still be fine for probably regular bossing and all that kind of stuff. I don't know how it would feel in P16 or 17s. Never tried it. I still have to get the Moon Orb right. Yeah, that's right, heading up here. I hate this act, man. It just goes on and on forever. There's something about like doing Act 8. It just, even though it doesn't really take that much longer for me than doing other acts, it just feels longer. Let's take this life node back. Try to aim to have like around 3k each HP going into maps, and then build it from there. I feel like 3k starting out isn't terrible. Getting right into maps out of the campaign. Especially since we leech. What's this at? Okay, I'm gonna stop leveling my molten shell next time it paints. Probably the dual color scheme. Yeah. It's just, I don't know, there's something about this zone that, or this act that just, I don't know, I don't like it. The mercs aren't bad now, but man, early on when I didn't have a mercenary, and I was trying to fight mercs like in Act 2, you really don't notice like how much of a handicap it is when you're used to playing with a mercenary while leveling and fighting mercs like in Act 2 and 3, and then you don't have your mercenary support and you try to fight some of these mercenaries. Like until you get whatever your build's kit is online, it's a lot rougher than I think people would think. I think so many people are used to always having a mercenary now. But now it's like kind of whatever. I got my build online, but a couple hours ago, oof, it was rough. Alright, where is the waypoint? Get me out of this zone. Yeah, it was crazy. I expected it to a degree, but I didn't realize like how much like of a difference it makes. It seems obvious now in hindsight. Turning my lamp on. It's starting to get dark here. It's like almost 8 o'clock now. Yeah, I'm still feeling pretty good. I took a nap before I started today, so if I can finish up leveling in the next hour-ish, might do some maps for a little bit tonight, but my plan was always to do campaign tonight and then start map progression tomorrow in the morning. But I wouldn't mind doing a couple maps just to fill some things out. After I got my first lab run power, my build ramped off. Yeah, I think it was the same for me. Like once I started getting Ascendancy, it started to help a lot. I actually need to go do second lab here. I'll probably do it after I finish this act. Just like going in circles right now. I leveled up the Molten Shell. Might re-level one. I like to keep it like around 5 or 6 initially. 8 feels a little too high, but maybe I'll just keep it at 8. Let's see. Honestly, I might just wait till right before I do Gatava to just do both labs back to back. I feel like my damage is fine right now. I just want to kind of keep getting through these acts. So close. Probably worth doing it before Act 9 boss, but it's not really that bad.
Make your choice. Target in sight. Right between the eyes.
Just out of range of my general scribe. True. Alright, so at this point we're going to start working towards extra life and our staff nodes. And also, maybe at the very end of the campaign or going into maps, we'll start getting our crit stuff ready so we can swap out of Resolute Technique into crit. I really need a good item with an accuracy roll though before I do that. Our first map, guys. Our first map. That's how you know you're almost done with the campaign, when that starts dropping. Ooh, feels good. Oh yeah, this is the dangerous part, is spell block and that kind of stuff. A little weak to spells right now. Gonna play some PoE 1 before bedtime. Have fun, Dana. Yeah, it's I enjoy it. It's my favorite game. I could, I took a break after a while from 3.26 and was playing other stuff, but I'm ready for the new league. I'm ready to get back into it, I've tried PoE 2. There's a lot of stuff I like about PoE 2, but it's just not. It just doesn't hit the same. But I give PoE 2 a lot of slack because PoE 1 has like 12, 13 years of development, and content and stuff. So that game just needs a lot of time to cook. Big enough to keep PoE up in the stream at the same time? Nice. Yeah, I have a really wide monitor I use for my primary monitor, and then I have, a side monitor where I have my stream and other stuff going. They gave us staff on that. That's what I really want, is staffs. Alright, oh, is my map tab not set up? Oh, because I have like multiple. Let's go do that right now. I had to turn in this other quest I forgot to do. PoE 2 WASD is so good. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's good about PoE 2, and that's definitely one of it. Like, I would love if they added that to PoE 1, and I'm sure they're going to at some point. But, yeah, that's like... there's a lot of stuff that PoE 2 has added to GGG's, like, wheelhouse of stuff they do that's really good. So you had the currency exchange, Then you had WSD movement. And now async trade. I really want async trade. I think we all assume that's coming this league. But yeah, whenever they put WASD in, that's going to be really nice. This guy has endurance charges, that's why. Okay. Seems a little tanky. Let's not level you up, level that. We should put another point into stat node there.
Spirit is spent.
It's actually not a bad Crimson Jewel, like just a random one there. It's got damage, it's got resistance, biz damage. Probably hold on to that actually, do something with that maybe. First 6 socket, nice. myself get stunned. It's funny. It's my first divine life last too. Alright.
Can we be of help?
Until next time.
Oh, it's Boulder.
By the time we're through, no one
Oh, they would try to assassinate me right here.
But I had the upper hand. I should.
automate a little more show. The foundations are shifting, it's all, but I doubt you.
Not a challenge, but I welcome it nonetheless. Indecision is terribly unbecoming.
Doesn't really have anything I want.
Decisive.
Okay. Getting some weird latency spikes. Been happening in like a couple zones I go into. I just get these big drops. Whoa, 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 whoa. Like 50 of them right there.
Emperor must bear two blades
Okay.
in the left hand.
Only one more lab trial we gotta do. For third lab. Yeah, this weird latency, just making me click weird.
Until next time.
Let's go do our skill point quest, and then we'll go. Torn if I want to do second lab or just go straight into Act 10 and do all that before Gatava. I'm just gonna wait till Gatava. That coal will be nice though. Okay, I'm gonna pause for a second and grab some water. I'll be right back. Alright. Let's get back into it. Yeah, I'm gonna go straight through to Catawba and then do all my labs back to back, I think. Just keep getting baited. Baited. Guy's just gonna keep following me until I kill him.
Kill me once. You want to know? Don't tell the syndicate I told you.
What's up, Tish? Yeah, I just got to Act 10 actually. We're about to wrap up the campaign here shortly. I'm gonna do my second and third lab right before I do Katava. Haven't needed the damage so far. One Ascendancy's carried me the whole campaign. Yeah, actually, about the same amount of time I usually level on. I usually level 6.5 to 7 hours for the campaign. I always try to go faster, but this is what it works out to. I've been DC 3 times already. Peaked my client logs. Job irrecoverable exception callback. What the hell does that mean? I'm getting some like interesting lag right now, but I don't know if it's coming from my internal network here at home or something with their server. I might try swapping to a different server. I suspect it's somebody on my Wi-Fi right now though. I do have family that's home now, so they're probably doing things on the Wi-Fi. Can I not really cross here? That's terrible. How do I get across this? Do I have to go all the way back up this way? Been DC 3 times already. Yeah, that's weird. This is gonna sound like a stereotypical thing, but have you tried turning your client on and or off and on again? Or is it just you DCing when you play PoE 1? Other games and everything else is fine. Just PoE 1. Could be a networking problem, like from your ISP to GGG servers. Have you tried a different server? Yeah, I would try a different server. Cause it's probably a networking issue. Like the nerd in me would bust out Wireshark and look at your packets going out to whatever, or do a trace route to see like where things are hanging. But I suspect it's your ISP having issues going through whatever to some hop somewhere is fucking up. Sounds like so much work. I don't know. I do it for a living, so it's like par for the course for me. Oh, bro, yeah. It's... yeah. Just explaining Wireshark to someone that isn't like familiar with it, or packets, or how things work in general, is always a good time. I was actually using Wireshark yesterday at work. Yeah, I use a lot of stuff. But I'm an engineer, so it's kind of par for the course. Lots of troubleshooting when I'm building things. Oh, this guy's never gonna die. Yeah, let me curse him. Yeah. It's super useful if you know how to properly use it. Well, yeah. I don't know, I guess my job title could be various things, but I build simulation technology that pilots train on in the military, so deal with a lot of different things. What am I doing here? I need to find trial. Wherever that is. Alright. Those boots, though. The colors are all wrong, but... This guy gonna wreck me? Oh, this guy might wreck me. Play around with those. Oh, okay. Yeah, I used to work with a guy that primarily just like was an AutoCAD guy. Did a lot of diagrams and stuff. That's pretty cool, turning it into searchable graphs. Yeah, I was using decoy totem like early on. I dropped it like, I don't know, I think like Act 4 or something I dropped decoy totem. Yeah. I don't like pushing a lot of buttons, so if I can make my character survive enough, hopefully I don't need the decoy totem. But it is useful. I forgot to do the bathhouse, rip. Alright. I think I did everything in this zone. To turn stuff in. Yeah, like right now the fact that I'm self-casting my curse or my mark is annoying to me. I'd rather have a mark on hit set up, but I just don't have the colors and the stuff I need for that yet. Oh, decoy totem is like insanely good, especially when you're playing hardcore. I actually use decoy totem all the way through the campaign on hardcore. It's so clutch. All right, so this has relative life. The resistances are better. The movement speed is like slightly better. So I don't think this is actually as good as I thought it was. We'll stick it there for now. Alright, I think I'm going to fully do everything in Act 10 to a point where all I have to do is just do labs in Katava. That's the plan. I should hopefully be doing labs in the next like 10 minutes or so. And wrap up this whole thing. I definitely got to work on my acts, my first like 3 acts. I was consistently doing like second half of the campaign, I'm doing like each act in about a half hour. Like so 6, 7, 8, and 9 were roughly 30 minutes apiece, which felt pretty good. But like act 1 and 2 in particular were both like 45 minutes apiece. I could easily shave time off of that. And a lot of it's just like not knowing exactly what I want to purchase from each vendor. Backtracking a lot. Then I lost a lot of time in Act 3 when I swapped to Cyclone, but that happens on this build because you gotta change quite a few things to swap from the Sunder setup to the Cyclone setup. It's definitely worth it, but it takes a couple of minutes to sort all that out properly.
Not a challenge. But I welcome Council values precision. Allow me to demonstrate. I'll thank you not to waste my time.
Oh, 14 to 16 hours? Yeah. Typically, so like, the league usually launches, like I live on the West Coast, right? So like, typically the league launches like what? 3 p.m. or something like that, Pacific. So if I can get into maps by Friday evening and start doing a couple white maps, but really my goal is like to spend all day Saturday mapping. So like I really want to be in red maps by Saturday night, just doing like T16s. So being able to complete the campaign and get into some maps on Friday feels pretty good. Usually I'm done like 10 or 11 o'clock that night. And then I can go to bed for, 6 hours or whatever, wake up Saturday and just like pump all day long. That's typically what I'm trying to do. I already get that quest item I need here, I'm so tired. Okay. Yeah, I think the average PoE player levels a lot slower than I do, but I've made it a point to try to play, it takes a lot of practice, and I've tried to push myself to be more efficient with my leveling, and just like really maximize the time. Typical engineer talk. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it is what it is, right? I already have reliquary, so we can go this way. Hey, efficiency and maximization of time, that's the key, right? Better, faster, stronger. I just don't have the skill to play the way some other people do, where they can get to like Act 10 in like 3 hours and 40 minutes. Like, that's just insane to me. I think a lot of it is they just skip so much of the campaign and they just run through the zones. And part of like getting faster is like teaching yourself, okay, I'm not going to attack anything that isn't a blue monster. But then like, you end up like still using your abilities and stuff, but like a lot of it is just like running through the zone like I'm doing right now and just ignoring everything, like literally ignoring everything. And then you get to a magic pack like this and then you fight for a little bit. Hey, it's, I'm sure you have a LinkedIn account. it's whatever you want to call yourself right nowadays. You know, I'm a food scientist in reality, or like a caterer or something. I don't know. That's the meme, right? I feel like people just put labels on anything now. So yeah, I get really bad with it, but I generally like really try to, I'm like, okay, if it's not a magic pack, I'm skipping it. And usually rares you want to skip too. Unless like you feel powerful enough to blast them pretty quick. That's my big takeaway so far from trying to get better at leveling. Yeah, I update my LinkedIn usually when I take a new job, or like I complete like a certification or something. That's about it. It's like twice a year. All right. Alright, so I think at this point I'm going to start speccing into crit. I'm going to take the crit accuracy wheel here because I'd like to get out of Resolute Technique and go back to crit base. So let's go ahead and do our labs that I've been avoiding. Known Kitava. Gotta go do Bathhouse though. This should be like Super Blast on this one. After I do my labs, before I do Kitava, I'm going to gamble and see if I get a better weapon, because 2 Ascendancies plus a better weapon is going to be like just giga. I'm going to feel really strong. Wrapping this whole process up here. What are you, Act 10 right now? Or Act 5 Kitava?
The Empire lives on, and so
Thanks,
is its loyal
Andre,
servants.
for the sub. Yeah, I'm gonna kill Zaro before I can kill his bros. Ah, okay. You still playing that Lacerate, Bleed? Act 5, yeah. How good is your, I'm assuming you're using shield and like a one-hand axe. New stuff, you're an advanced player, nice. Bro, if there was 54 axe in this game, I'd never play it. I don't mind leveling, but right now I'm really feeling the grind of doing like the 10 axe. That'd be terrible. Yeah, I guess it's just like how, like, that's the thing with melee builds, like how good is your axe, right? Like, how good is your melee weapon? Because if it's... It all comes down to the weapon with freaking melee builds. Well that's more damage, yeah. In theory. So, did you make your own lead build, or are you following a guide? These are kind of wasted points for me right now, but the idea is I'll take this, I'll take the 500 plus 500 accuracy, and then I'll drop Resolute Technique and see where my hit chance is at. That's kind of the idea. So we gotta spend a couple points that really don't do much for me now to hopefully pay off in a few levels. Bro, I fucking hate lab. Gotcha. It's been a minute since I've looked at Lacerate, Bleed Glad. I know some things that have helped. So it's weird. I level a 2-hand axe Sunder bleed until I go Cyclone on my build. And I can show you something once hopefully I don't die here. Pause the game in a second. I'm going to pause the timer while I explain this. So something I do is so these nodes are super powerful early on while you're leveling. I don't know what they have you picking up, but like Wicked Blade, Bloodletting, in particular, martial experience with this 2-hand mastery. Attacks with 2-handed weapons deal 60% increased damage with hits and ailments. So obviously this is like for 2 hands, like a 2-hander thing, but I'm assuming you're taking Wicked Blade and Bloodletting. What's also really good on Bleed in general, and I'm doing it on my Cyclone right now, is taking Bastion Breaker here. It's a 50% chance to ignore enemy phys damage, because the mastery you can do 10% more maximum physical attack damage. Which is also really good, because even though you're scaling your Bleed, the higher your hit is too, is really good. Yeah, Bloodletting is really good early on bleed builds. Gotcha.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To entity down straight out.
Yeah, I know Crypt did like a Lacerate Bleed guide a couple leagues ago, and it was like pretty strong. He played at SSF and got really far. So the whole thing was designed around like being played in an SSF environment. I think he did it on Ruthless also. It was either SSF, Ruthless, or right when he went back to playing SSF and stopped playing Ruthless. But he did like a Lacerate Bleed Glad, and it was like pretty damn strong. He had like an insane one-handed axe that he crafted. I'm gonna check to see if there's something that's running on my system that's causing this weird latency. It is pretty terrible. I think it's just something on my network right now. It's really annoying. Don't want to go that way, that's for sure. Alright, well there it is. Kind of worried this latency is gonna get me killed on Arc Lab. I do love that in BT your chaos resist doesn't go negative while leveling. Yeah. Yeah. Technically all your resists will go negative in PoE 1. So everyone focuses on elemental. Alright, so we're gonna pick up Headsman, and we gotta go do Brutal for impacts. Oh, we got Peaconka bouncing. There you go. Oh. Oh, because he got the hit, yeah. I'm currently at 139, 61, 76, negative 30. I would like to fix this before I get done, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to, fortunately. Alright, I gotta go to Bathhouse and get the trial there and do the next lab. Going. Is it all the way over here? Yeah. Alright. Let's go do our last lab before we do Katava. Pray that this latency doesn't get me killed. Yeah, so we got our coal now, and then we'll be picking up our... This will help us a lot when we go crit. The increased global accuracy, as well as getting this wheel right here, should make it where we don't even have to run precision for a while. Thank you, Dana. There's nothing worse than like when you get like pretty far into a lab and then like, you know, your internet kills you or something. It's pretty lame. Actually gonna pull a PoE lab because it's probably worth doing the shrines. Yeah, see there was a dark shrine back here I want to go grab. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna also pick up a couple Cyclone gems just in case I get the recipe. You never know. Gotta start leveling them up anyways. In an offhand set. Okay. Thanks.
Practice makes perfect.
Alright, we want to go left. Welcome back, Dana. Golems. Alright. Let's try to do this without dying. That'd be pretty good, right?
I can't do this.
By the gods, what ambition! The sovereign each needs but a husk on its
Like these little lag spikes up here, you know? It's just like every couple seconds my character teleports slightly. A little annoying. Should have looked at notes. There's a dark shrine here. Okay. So let me go check this other side of the zone. Might be right back here. Yep, it is. Yeah, I know. That's what my stuff looks like right now. Like a heart rate monitor. I know exactly why. There's somebody on my network right now that's doing something, and it's just, yeah. Alright. I could cut them off, but I'm not going to because it's not unbearable. That little teleport there was crazy. Alright, Dark Shrine in the next room, and we want to go left, because there's a Dark Shrine in the room after this. And then that's it. Dark Shrines. Oh, I should have took the Ascendancy for Flask Refill, too. Oh well. This is actually a little sketchy. Okay. So where they go the spoils. Nice. What we really were hoping for is the double fonts. Get 2 rolls on a gem. Yeah, I think we want to go down this way. Steel this gauntlet, as shitty as this is gonna be. Alright, so now it should be Izaro next room. Okay. This sucks. Sorry, I want to go right. looks like. Their gauntlet, and then the next room has a gauntlet, and then a Zara. It's like the same gauntlet from before, but reverse. Okay. I'm not a big fan of Lab in PoE 1, but it's so much better than the trial system they have in PoE 2 by far. Alright, let's do this.
Must keep you as navigate your empire through trouble.
I'm hoping they rework the entire Ascendancy shit in PoE 2 and just like, I don't know what they could do, but they need to do something. Because it's just not enjoyable. Alright. Impact, let's go. Yeah, not bad. I just gotta kill Katava now. I'm still trying to get it to 6 hours, but I usually run around 7 hours. It's pretty, I don't know. I guess that's just like my leveling time. Alright. Let's go kill Katava. Get into maps. Did get a bated breath, which is kind of nice. Yeah, that's kind of exactly how I feel. I don't have a problem with Ascendancies being like a milestone or something, but it should be fun at the end of the day. It shouldn't be something you dread doing. And that's kind of like the feeling I have when I do Ascendancies in PoE 2, is I'm just like absolutely not looking forward to it. And the Ascendancies in PoE 2 are also not that powerful the way they are in PoE 1, so... Oh, I didn't do... I gotta go all the way over here. Damn it. I thought I was, like, ready for Katava. Gotta go get the staff thing. So, like... I don't know if I can stay up that long, Sesh. I'm tired. My plan was to just do campaign tonight and start maps tomorrow. I think I'm gonna do some mapping tonight, though. I probably have another hour or two in me, at least. And if I did like Eater Exarch, that would probably take like... I've never practiced trying to do Eater Exarch, so I'm not sure like what the strategy is for the most efficient way to get your maps in order to snowball the Atlas that way. Yeah, I feel like your Ascendancies should be something that everyone can do. Like everyone, no matter what their skill level is. And then you put other milestones in the game. Otherwise, you're telling people that they can't even complete their character. And that just... that sounds wrong. Or feels wrong. Because I know a lot of people that play games that would not be able to play their, a character on PoE 2 and get it through the campaign, complete the Ascendancies. For sure not be able to do all the Ascendancies. I feel like in PoE 1, most people can play through the campaign and do the trials, the labs, especially if they're following a guide by somebody. But the problem with PoE 2 is even if you follow a guide for a build by somebody in PoE 2, the content's harder, so that it's still a skill check in a way that PoE 1 isn't when it comes to the similar things. Like, there's nothing that's a skill check about doing your 4th, you know, Ascendancy in PoE 1. The skill check is doing, like, uber bosses. Right? You can watch videos on them, you can learn the mechanics and stuff, but, like, at the end of the day, you're either going to be able to do it or not. Like...
I only get one shot at this. No witnesses. Don't blink.
Oh, Chaos, bro. I might die here. Got no Chaos.
Here's yours. Oh, don't argue with results.
Yeah, I should actually watch some videos on how you progress your Atlas quickly to be able to do Eater Exarch efficiently. I'm assuming it's like obviously taking the typical like nodes on the Atlas for map generation and higher map drop chance and stuff, but I know there's a strategy for how you like use Kirac to fill holes and get maps that you need and all that kind of stuff.
You want to know what? Don't tell us.
Ah, gotcha. Maybe it's a problem with your ISP trying to route in general, but I would imagine their servers are housed geographically in those areas, so there should be different routes eventually that lead to wherever.
My spirit is space.
The logs show there is a null. That's weird. Yeah, we gotta check weapons real quick. That coal is so good though. Holy moly. What do I gamble with here? If it wasn't for that life roll. It's a lot of armor on that chest. Could YOLO this. Ooh, look at that chest. 1300 armor, 127 life, 39 fire resist. That's crazy. What does that put my resist at? Cold's gonna be like the one I gotta worry about, huh? It's so much armor though. I have no cold resist when I get to maps. It's gonna be crazy if I do this. It's a ton of HP though. Can I craft on this? Oh, I can roll cold resist on this. Okay. Not as bad then. That's really good. Who I talked to for gambling weapons? It's Faustus, right? He exists now. Where's Faustus? It's over here. I got a 5 link? What the hell? Bro. Hold on. That's crazy. Yeah. It's pretty dope. Um, Yikes, do I just craft fizz on this, I guess? Guess I just craft fizz on this guy. Could try this. That's 237. It's actually not too bad. I could put attack speed on there. The rest of the stats are garbage. It's a really low fizz. I guess I could do this. Okay, that's better. And then throw whetstones at it, I guess, whenever I can. That'll work. So what can I color this? If I can get 4 red and a blue, we can do conch. Yeah, that'll work. Alright, let's upgrade our General's Cry. Grab conch effects. I did, Sesh. I gambled with Faustus in Act 10, and he gave me a 5 link, and then I YOLO'd an ALK on it, and crafted bench and got like 300 PDPS. So not too bad for going into maps, I guess. Sometimes you get lucky. The run overall wasn't bad. I can move my Cyclone here. I gotta find a way to get Frostblink in my setup. Need a blue. I mean, I can live without Frostblink if I have to. I'd prefer not to. Okay, that works. Transfer this all over like that, and boom, we're golden. We're gravy. Well, you missed it earlier, Sesh. I think it was after you left. I fought a Merc and got 2 Divines. Yeah, I've already got 2 Divines before I got to maps on this SSF run. I just got a 426 PDVS. Yeah, on my sim runs. I just got a 426 PDVS staff, adding percent fizz from Faustus. Yeah. Yeah, Faustus is dope. I just came across a Kineticus Merc and my raising. Yeah. Yeah, Kineticus is so good. I'm gonna miss the Mercs, man. It's gonna be really sad. I gotta just craft. Yeah. It's just funny that I'm getting it on, you know. Oh, you DC'd? That sucks. Alright. Does my... Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to my portal. My portal is still here, thankfully. Alright, we should be cruising now. Oh, yeah, I'm done with this. Alright, so we just go do Katava. Let's go fight Katava. Oh, the damage is so good. It's so good. My body's ready for it. I feel like I need to do the same thing. These lag spikes I'm getting. Oh, we're gonna be going back to crit soon too. Nasty, nasty. It is. I don't have faster attacks on it right now. No, I do. I do have faster attacks on it right now. Hold on. Give me a second. Here you go. Yep. Do I not have faster attacks on my Leap Slam? Oh, I don't. Yeah, because I needed a green slot in order to run Poacher's Mark, Desecrate. So I could drop Desecrate and swap my Poachers over because I have the faster attacks here. But I like having Desecrate always available in case I need it, like I come across something. But really, I kind of just need it for bosses. So what I need is to get like a 4th socket on these gloves and then roll 2 green on them. Yeah, so I've been
Only get one shot at this.
aware of that, or I was aware of that being an issue earlier because I still have the support gem in my inventory.
Come back when you've made up your mind.
I've been throwing most of my chromies and stuff at like my chest and weapon and stuff so I can, you know, get 4 links and now this 5 link going, which is more valuable to me at the moment. We should have a lot of currency in the near future, now that we're going to be mapping. The damage is so good, I love it. I think what I'm going to do is after I kill Katava, I'm going to restart my game, see if just refreshing the game and maybe picking a different server helps with these like latency spikes I've been getting for the last hour almost.
Let me guess. House Azadi sent you to finish what they couldn't? My time is precious. By all means, throw your life away. Know your place. Boy, without
Watching my generals cry, like teleport because they run in place for a second is kind of funny. Alright, let's see how Katava goes. Pretty good, pretty good. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Alright, definitely not my fastest time. This is actually about 15 minutes almost over my average, but yeah, I haven't leveled a character seriously in 3 months, so I'll take it. Alright, what's my hit chance at without precision? 99, 91. It's not terrible. Accuracy. Yeah, we need like a decent roll on gear. I might have to drop Flesh and Stone for a precision. Alright. Let's go ahead and grab. This will give us a nice chunk of life right here. And we'll grab some extra crit chance. $3,400 health isn't too bad going into maps. $70, $94, and $40. So basically, my chaos resistance is terrible, and my cold resistance is low. Bismuth will get me pretty much capped on it, but yeah, my chaos is trash right now. To be expected. Yeah, I grab Overleech last. I find that because we go so hard on block, I typically don't really need the Overleech. I start to find it more beneficial like when I get into red maps and stuff. Alright, let's see what maps I have. I think I have one of each, but just in case. I'm missing alleyways, so we'll grab that from him. Alright. Let's go do our first map. See how it feels. Sans Mercenary. Solo YOLO. Let's do it. I actually like alleyways. It's a pretty linear map. First pack we run into is cold. I don't have freeze immunity yet either. I gotta get that on a flask. ASAP. Nah, we won't know anything about the patch until next week, unfortunately, Leo. So, right now I'm just testing the build out in SSF for like a week before the patch notes, and then if the patch notes are good and the build isn't affected, I will showcase this character just to kind of demonstrate what I was able to do in a week with, you know, restricted settings in an SSF like setting, so people can see pretty good realistic take on how the build looks as a league starter. It's pretty popular. It was pretty popular in 3.26. I had a lot of people that enjoyed it. My YouTube videos got quite a lot of views. So yeah, the market's definitely there, and I think people like the game's play. The question is, will the build be okay after the patch notes next week? I think it will be. I don't think they're going to touch Cyclone of all skills or General's Cry, so I'm not too worried about it. And I can say pretty confidently I've seen a lot of Cyclone builds over the last year while I've been working on mine, and mine is definitely the tankiest of all the Cyclones. If we're talking about like pure Biz DPS Cyclone builds, mine probably does the most damage. Well, mine doesn't do the most damage. It's definitely the most tanky. A lot of people go right side of the tree and do Frenzy Charge stacking, but then they end up having like a glass cannon build that gets like, you know, destroyed instantly on anything. Well, it reminds people of like D3 Whirlwind, you know? Like I started playing action RPGs with D3. And so I used to play like Whirlwind Barb and stuff, so it reminds me of that kind of, ooh. Yeah, it's the, I don't have any Chaos Resist right now, so that poison was destroying me. So yeah, it reminds me of like Whirlwind Barb, which I really enjoyed. I occasionally will still play D3 when they like do their season resets, just to like, you know, have a fun 2 or 3 days blasting. I did it like a couple weeks ago actually. You're gonna cry. I would be highly surprised if they touch Lacerate of all things. Lacerate of Hemorrhage. I'd be like that's almost, it's like the reason I say that is like once again they just buffed all the melee skills like in the last 2 leagues. They typically don't nerf a whole genre of skills in their game after they buff them that soon. They might buff 1 or 2 things, or they might nerf 1 or 2 things if they're like outliers, but they typically don't do it to like all skills after they just revamp them, you know, 2 leagues prior. See, what I think they're going to do is I think they're going to nerf Energy Shield. I think they're going to go after Trickster and Energy Shield. It's been too dominant for too long, and I suspect that that is what is going to get looked at. Look at all these maps I have. Oh, did I not complete a quest? Oh, I'm tired. Forgot to talk to Kirak. Yeah, ES is like out of control. It's just basically made. Like, I was talking about this earlier at the beginning of my stream, but like if anyone plays ES, or if anyone's doing like the late end game and not playing ES, they're just playing something that's significantly worse. Like my build can do all content if you invest enough currency into it. I did it in the last 2 leagues. I did T17, Uber bosses, all that. I did it on stream. I have videos on my channel. However, I had invested a lot of currency, and an ES trickster doing their shenanigans just did everything better than my character could. And it's been like that for like 2 years now. So it's just kind of ridiculous. Better than everything in the game. It's not even like comparable. I need to do something real quick. I wanted to do this hours ago and I just didn't do it. There we go. Alright. Now I can see my cursor. Now the long grind of farming currency, farming content. Yeah, this is basically my expectation in 2 weeks. Finish the campaign and around the same time, hopefully a little bit quicker, and then just be in maps Friday night. I think boss room is right up here. Oh, boss room is all the way up there. Gotta pay attention. 7 hours of campaign melted my brain into sludge. I'm not really alert right now. Am I gonna go trade again or SSF? I might put a poll out there. I wanted to do SSF last time, but I feel like if I'm streaming it, people want to see the build progress rapidly, right? So I feel like SSF might be boring for some people because, you know, it's gonna take me a while. It's gonna take me a long time to grind the resources to do stuff in SSF, and I don't know if people really want to watch that, or if they would just want to watch me, you know, burn through it quickly and demonstrate everything on stream in a reasonable time frame. I think I'm done for the night. Quick Google search. There's a 7-page forum thread complaining about what appears to be my problem. Yikes. Hopefully you can get it resolved, Dana. Sorry to hear you've been having these DC issues. It's kind of crazy. It's a 7-page forum thread on GGG's like website on PoE. It's weird. It's such a weird problem. Yeah, that's really weird. It's obviously... I feel like it's either... It's gotta be client specific then. It's gotta be something about the hardware of your client or your ISP. Because otherwise it would affect a mass amount of players. It'd be way larger of a thing. Look at all those chaos orbs, my lord. Gonna miss the Mercenaries. Tell you what. You don't have any MTX on? Are you using DX12 or DX11 for your rendering? Because maybe it's a graphics thing. Gotcha. Breach! Let's get ready for the new Breach League. I had no MTX, but then I put on some MTX. I had my Pride Aura and changed my last rate appearance. So I guess the question is, have you only been having the issue while you've had MTX on? After you put that stuff on, did it start happening? I'm currently not using any MTX because I'm just lazy and haven't set it up on this character yet. Thinking I could try and test. Yeah, maybe it's something with the MTX. These guys are gonna get me killed. I need freeze immunity. New character, problems. What do you mean no changes throughout with and without MTX? Oh, I had no effects on the DCs. Okay. Rip. Yeah, I think I'll go Harvest and Expedition, like standard SSF stuff. I hate this boss early on. My damage is decent right now. Actually, just so I don't have to run all the way back over here, let's do that. Because, yeah, I could see the death coming. I can potentially see that being a thing. Spicy. Yeah, so we're gonna go for this point and then take this crit cluster over here. We also need to come up here and grab these block nodes. Once we get a high enough crit, this will be a reliable source of endurance charges. But my crit's pretty low right now, so it won't be that reliable. But we just got 2 right there, so...
Well, what's it going to be?
Oh, I need to swap to a diamond flask. I just can't really afford to drop the bismuth right now. Once I get my resistances figured out, I can swap out the bismuth for a diamond. Be really nice. I guess you hit so often with Cyclone, I'm still getting like 2 to 3 endurance charges. So it's pretty nice.
My spirit is spent.
Yeah. It's not terrible. I'm at 3 charges right there. Pretty good. Can't you drop the mana flask? I probably can, you're actually right, Pizza, I'm not even thinking about that. Kind of brain dead right now. I should drop the mana flask. My Cyclone's at 1 mana, so it shouldn't be an issue. I have Leech. Let's do that. And grab our silver.
The Empire lives on.
Diamond
And
flask.
so do its most loyal of servants.
Thanks, Scrub, for the sub. Much appreciated. Good call. Alright, so let's, for lucky, we can hit crit on this. Want that extra crit. Ooh, there it is. Please be a good prefix. It's not bad. I'll take it. Win's a win. I need to fix these. I just don't have enough alts right now. It's always beasts, I swear. I'll never be rid of the beasts. Oh yeah. We lost number 1 again? What was number 1? Alright. Ah, I see what you mean. Gotcha. It's funny. See how we do against the Expedition. Not bad. I'm going to bed now, you can have it back. Good night, Dana. Hopefully you figure out the issues with the DCs for the league. I'll be streaming throughout the weekend. Pretty much in the morning and early afternoon specific. I do play World of Warcraft retail and I raid on Saturday and Sunday nights, so I won't be streaming in the evenings over the weekend. Yeah, I'm playing Legion Remix too. I do the raids every day and, you know, the dailies and whatnot. Or I guess they're kind of like weeklies. You can stack. I finally got like 687 or 688 item level today. So my goal is to hopefully, after resets tomorrow, be at like 700 plus item level. Yeah, they have a game mode going right now in WoW where it's basically like replaying the Legion expansion, but like you can become super powerful, and the idea is like you farm a bunch of currency that you use to buy all the cosmetics that you might have missed out on when the expansion was live. So you can get like all the mounts, transmogs, that kind of stuff, toys, pets.
Well, haven't got all day.
Kind of like that belt, 108 armor. That's a ton of life. Holy moly. Yeah, and it's got some flat armor on there.
I'm running. Don't bother dodging. You're that desperate. Have it.
We're overcapped on lightning anyways. It has a prefix open, which means I can put cold resist on there. Nice. Which means we can drop the Bismuth flask, and then we can start running a... oh my gosh. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. This guy is ridiculous. We can start running a silver flask. Do whatever the new league mechanic is for loot, I guess. Yeah, I've limited myself to not using the Mercenaries as support or aura bots right now because that won't exist, but I'm not gonna ignore them as a league mechanic during this test because every league mechanic gives you some kind of borrowed power, so you know, whatever the new league mechanic is, it'll either be a crafting mechanic that lets us make gear, or it's going to be something that we can sell on trade to just get better items than I'm getting from the Mercenaries, so it's kind of how I look at it right now. I didn't do the lightning build either. I just used them for like support for the Cyclone like I did on stream. You know, like determination, vitality, that kind of stuff. Use some of the uniques like Perkle's Toe and whatnot. So that stuff I'll miss. But I never made a character based around using the Mercenary in a way that some people did for the broken stuff. I tend to avoid playing really broken stuff in PoE because once they get rid of it, the game feels a lot less afterwards. That's why I enjoy my build a lot, because it's not super powerful, but it's like good. So like you can kind of do everything. It has a good power curve in terms of its growth, and use them for Peacock of bouncing. Yeah. That's like a perfect cold resistance there. Alright, so fire resist. I almost wonder what if I get rid of this, it won't let me wear my poacher's mark. So I could re-roll this into like fire cold. Round that out decently. Yeah, not have a scour. Fucking sucks. Alright. They were pretty good for chaos damage. Ah, gotcha. Nice, we got quite a few good maps from him. Oh, I can drop my Bismuth flask now. Get that silver flask going. Do that after this map. Damage is feeling pretty good, pretty good. Ooh, 3 Regals. That's like really good.
The code is clear. It is forfeit.
Regals are like gold dust right now. How many deaths did I have on this run so far? 12 times? It's not great, but it's not terrible, I guess. I had a lot of early deaths to Mercs and stuff. Mercs in like Act 2 and Act 3 were brutal. Yeah, I know. It's a shame, right? I was getting pretty ballsy with the Mercs in Act 2. I was just like, yeah, I can take them with no Merc and no resistances and no like armor and nothing. No defense whatsoever. Surely what could go wrong?
I kill the ones who take make a call. End of the line.
Dunes. Alright, I think this will be my last map for the evening, and I'm gonna go to sleep. It was a pretty good run. I was pretty happy with it. It started out a little scuffed, but it all came together. And I feel like this sim character is a really good place for starting out mapping. So I'm actually looking forward to how far I can push it tomorrow. Hopefully red maps tomorrow. Thanks, DP. Yeah, I put a lot of work into the need that freeze immunity. I put a lot of work into the POB, and you know, I do these runs to see if there's any changes I want to make to the leveling sections or anything like that. But I think like it's pretty good on the leveling. I think at this point it's really going to come down to the patch notes. Like, are they going to change anything that's, you know, core in the game, or any core things that this build is based on, which would be essentially the Slayer Ascendancies and General's Cry and Cyclone. Like, those are the three core things, right? So if they hit any of those three things, it could nerf the build or break the build, but yeah. It took a lot of time. It took a lot of time to build that POB, but I think like I have a pretty well laid out POB, and it gives people options for, you know, if they want to take the build one way or another. You know, so like when I look at the POB, for instance, you know, people weren't happy with how squishy the 95 tree was, because if you look at my fizz max hit, it's only 14 something K, right? It's a lot lower than everything else, even though my overall effective hit pool. And the truth is, like, a fizz hit of 14K, nothing in a map is really going to kill you, but like a boss will one-shot you, you know, with a fizz hit. So people were like, oh, you know, I prefer not to be that squishy. So I built a tree where you don't use Abyssus, and you get like another 6 to 7K, you know, fizz max hit, you know. So the trade-off is you do a lot less damage, because Abyssus is a huge chunk of damage on the build. So once again, 11 mil damage is enough for mapping and regular bosses, right? That's perfectly fine, you know. But if you run Abyssus, you gain like 7 mil damage. Trade-off is you're a little bit squishier to fizz hits, like one-shots. So you have to play a little bit careful. Like, you can't just stand in shit when a boss is doing a slam or something. But, you know, I have those options in there if people want to do the build different ways. Infamous Bloodletter. Ooh. I like the Orbs of Binding. And that's one of the benefits of my build, is it's once you have all the key pieces, right? So once you have this staff wheel here, you grab this staff wheel here, you pick up Versatile Combatants, you're going to go ahead and you're going to anoint Enigmatic Defense. And once you do all that stuff and you have a Rumi's Flask, you're max block and spell block, right? So that plus really high armor plus Leech's Slayer and, like, you know, 4,500 HP, you're pretty damn tanky. Like, outside of T17s, Uber bosses, all that kind of stuff, you know, you're pretty tanky. occasionally you get one shot to a big fizz hit, but that's, you know, what happens when you run a business on a build, right? So I think that's why my Cyclone has been so popular for a while now, is it's the tankiest version of a Cyclone I think that's out there. And the truth is there's Cyclone builds that do far more damage, right? If you look at their POVs, they do like 200 million damage or whatever, but they have no defensive. So if you come across something, you just die. And, you know, you've kind of seen it over the course of the last couple hours, is as the build came together while I was leveling through the campaign, I just didn't die. I just don't die anymore. Unless, like, right now, freeze immunity is the one thing I gotta solve. So, but, like, yeah, I think that's why the build has been so well received. It's because it feels good to play, because you don't get, you know, deleted instantly if you run into the wrong pack, which happens on a lot of other Cyclone builds. This isn't bad gear for like the first 8 hours of a league, 8-9 hours of a league, starting out. All SSF. But yeah, thanks everybody for watching. Hopefully I was able to answer questions. People got to see what the build was like leveling if they were interested in that. I plan on running maps throughout the weekend. I'd like to get into red maps tomorrow, and then, you know, be working on my void stones, you know, Sunday and stuff. So, well, I should have my first 2 void stones tomorrow, hopefully, and then working on Maven and Uber Elder on Sunday/Monday. But yeah, I'm gonna play this up until the patch notes, and then we'll see what they do with the build. But this will give me the ability to showcase off a recent SSF character if it's still viable. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. If you're watching on YouTube, the current POV is in the description of the live stream. And yeah, I'll catch you guys later this weekend. Hope you enjoy, DP. Good night, everybody. Or good morning, depending on where you are.
face to